Hello everybody, what's going on? Welcome into the stream. How's everyone doing? So as you can tell by the title of the stream, funny Steam issues, they're so funny. I'm trying to dive into them a little bit more because people have been having issues with Steam stuff, but it's been very tricky. We're gonna mess around with it a little bit today, but obviously we need to get working on content stuff because the update comes out on the 14th, so yeah. But try. Alright, let's just jump into it. Let's get going. So, for some reason, when you join with 3 people, everything breaks. That's what I'm trying to solve right now. I need to put my chat somewhere else or something. I have it set up here. I'm joining through 3 different Steam accounts. I need to... I can't change the resolution of this. Oh, zoom level. There we go. I need to go ahead and install GitHub. This computer. So we're just gonna download it. Just search GitHub desktop. Download for Windows. Let's change the zoom on this a little bit more. It would let me do it. There we go. Now I can see. So this is my Minecraft server. But I'm using it so that I can connect with multiple Steam accounts. Because it only happens with 3 people. This is the other thing that's really frustrating about this bug right now. Is it's extremely, like, random. I don't know. It's just frustrating. So... Okay. So I'm gonna duplicate the Starground repository here really quick. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing, but just give me a moment. Documents, GitHub, Starground, share, that'll work. And now we can open that over here. Editor Windows. So yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what the solution is here. It's been frustrating. Just slamming my head into a brick wall over and over and over. It's just like, bruh. I don't really need to set those to null. This is just gonna reload our current scene. I mean, it should be fine, right? Theoretically in here, but it just isn't. I don't know, it's frustrating. I don't know what else to do to fix it. What keeps happening is whenever you have 3 people on the server, on a world, through Steam, if one person exits the game, then everybody else gets kicked. And sometimes the server crashes, but that's not always, so... I don't know, it's really frustrating. I'm just trying to figure out why does this happen, you know, but... So far, I can't figure anything out, so... I don't know. Try committing another thing here. 6, probably gonna be 16 by the time I'm done with this. Let's try this. So really all I've done here is I changed that multiplayer peer thing. I used to say .close. I really don't think it matters because it's only on the client side, but maybe running .close was closing it out on the server too. I just don't know anymore. Gets to a point where I have no idea. But we're gonna see. Still can't see everything in here. Why is it? I wish I could set a different zoom value. Why can't I do like smart sizing? Whatever. We have to go tiny mode, I guess. Can't I just go a little bit bigger than this? Can't see anything. And then it does that. Like, just be normal. Okay. Let's pull origin. Get all those pulled. Alright. So, we're gonna launch the game up through here. It says Starground, right? I think so. What is this scene loading menu? I don't know. We'll boot it up over here. And then also my laptop. Which you can see. has music on. Hold on. Shut up. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna host the game over here. If it wasn't frozen. Awesome. Come on, computer. Come on. Okay. So let's just do Steam hosting, host our save game, this one, and then we're gonna connect with everybody. So that person's gonna connect. They're connecting right now. Laptop has joined the game. And now this person's gonna connect. We'll see what happens. So this is a bug that keeps happening that I can't seem to figure out, which is that for some reason this just bricks. Your game can get bricked sometimes, right? It's really frustrating because I just have no idea why that's happening. I mean, we can look at the output in here, but it really doesn't say much. Just other than, like, you know, oh, invalid packet or whatever. So it's very frustrating. Initialize game is being called without, or with an unknown peer. So maybe what I need to do is just wait for both peers, or both signals for lobby joined and peer connected before I do anything. Maybe? That's a big maybe. I really don't know. It's just so frustrating. I don't know anymore. But we can try it. Let's go into the code here. So there's two different like signals that get called when we're doing the multiplayer connection. So first off, we've got the regular one, start host or start connect, whatever. Hey, Devninya, thank you for the cheese time. How's it going? So in here we have this connected to server one. And that's where in here I say initialize game. So I could just say in here connected to server and then just say function like steam dot peer is true, something. Let's just make a dictionary up here, which is going to be this. So this is gonna create two keys in here. We're gonna do that. So one's here, and then the other is a lobby. And by default, they're both false. Let's try that. Going good, but feeling kind of full in the stomach after eating one pizza. Oh, yeah. My pizza's epic, though. Yeah, I'm doing. I'm just trying to figure out some issues right now with some like multiplayer stuff with Steam specifically, and it's been incredibly frustrating because I just don't know what the problem is. Like, there really isn't a lot of good documentation on how these things are supposed to work, you know? So it's just, yeah, it's really annoying. But I'm having a bunch of issues, honestly. It's not even just one. The first issue is that when multiple people connect and one person leaves the game, everybody gets kicked out of the game. The second issue is that sometimes when you join a game, it's just like you don't spawn in as a player or something. You're just kind of like this weird, like, you know, above everything camera. And I don't really know why that's happening. So it's just a whole bunch of things, honestly, you know? I'm trying to figure it all out, but it's proving to be quite difficult. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm checking 2 signals for both Steam and the regular multiplayer peer. And if both of those are valid, we say that, and then Steam connection is back to null. So we'll try that. See if that does anything. So basically what that's doing now is it's waiting until the Steam stuff is valid and the multiplayer peer is connected to the server. So hopefully that means we'll never have a spot where we're not fully connected when we're joining on Steam. But we'll see. So I can go ahead and push these again. I don't even know what to call this anymore. Push 7. And we'll see if that works. I have 3 different Steam accounts open right now so that I can actually test this. Because here's the other thing that's super frustrating. This stuff only happens with Steam. It does not happen with regular multiplayer. So it's just incredibly frustrating trying to figure it out. I just don't know what's wrong. So it's basically just a matter of going through and changing things until I can hopefully find what's happening. But so far we haven't. I'm gonna mess around with this for a little bit, you know, try and get it working, but I'm not gonna spend all day on this because this is super boring. And I imagine nobody wants to watch me work on it, so yeah. And I have to boot up 3 games. I know, I hate bugs too. They're annoying. I'm gonna see what this does though. I'm hoping this will make some kind of difference. Come on. Okay, multiplayer, Steam, host our game. Now let's start joining. Just joining on the laptop. So that one just straight up crashed. For some reason it's saying that pure an object of type null. I don't know why that is null. Oh, I see. Okay, I gotta fix how I calculate that. So I have to do this. We have to go back to just process. Right here. I can't call this if I'm setting it to null. So I have to say if get here and .get lobby. Let's try that. Now I gotta push the changes again. Come on, GitHub. Come on, GitHub. Okay. Now let's hold changes again. So happy, guys. It's so fun. I love when it's a lose-lose situation where people are valid to leave negative reviews because they have issues, but also it's completely out of my control and I don't know what's happening. It's so fun. Okay. close that out, reload from disk. Say thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Alright, launch that game. Now over here. Reload. Launch that one. What's up, Oshik? Welcome in. How's it going? We are currently dealing with funny Steam stuff, so I have 3 different Steam accounts open right now. And I'm just trying to get this stuff stable. Let's see if this... why can't I call get on that? It's just because I'm setting it to null instead of an empty array. Okay. I really don't want to have to send another freaking push. Let's save that. I'll just make the change on each thing. Okay. Launch that again. Launch that again. And launch that again. Alright. Guys, need all your power for one question? Yeah, what's up? Thank you for the speed. Game. Go. God dang it. I don't know why Godot's so slow on the computer that's streaming. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but it's annoying. I don't know what to do. I can hardly motivate myself right now to do anything. So what should I do? Continue in Rust with my own programming language, playing around with TypeScript, ECS, some Assassin's Creed Rogue. Yeah. I mean, motivation stuff is really hard, yeah. There's not always a super easy answer to stuff like that, right? I mean, what do you... I know it can be hard to answer, but I guess, like, ultimately, what would you like to do or achieve, right? Just so we can get a baseline. And there's nothing wrong... Yeah, exactly, right? There's nothing wrong with, like, taking some time off if you're really not feeling it, because forcing yourself to try and do things when you don't feel like it can be... it can honestly just be more of a waste of time than anything, right? Want my own programming language plus deeper understanding of ECS, yeah. I don't feel motivated. I try to do something different, like leave my computer and walk around, do some manual work. Yeah, definitely does help, for sure. I do agree. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would probably just start with your own... See, this bug still happens. Why does this happen? I mean, does just nothing get called over here to make the player join or something? Why? I don't get it. It's just I'm checking both signals, so that doesn't change anything. There's not really a whole lot of errors in here or anything. It just says game fully loaded. But for some reason it just doesn't like create a player for this person, right? I mean, it's funny because the multiplayer stuff is working. You can see the animals moving around and stuff, but then it's just... It doesn't look like the terrain has been loaded properly. It's a different map. So I don't know. Why does that happen? What is the cause for this, you know? And it's only with Steam stuff. It's totally fine on regular old... Okay. Sorry, let me reply to everything in here. Sometimes you can't do anything and that's fine. You're a machine. Yeah. So yeah, what I'm doing, I am currently trying to fix Steam issues. It's so fun. I'm going crazy. So. You really work on the multiplayer server? I did add your, whatchamacallem, environment variable things to the game. So I do appreciate that. It's in now. It's in, 0.3 and then, you know, 13.0.3 or whatever. And then also in the experimental branch now. Yeah, I'm fed up with these problems with Steam, dude. I don't know why it only happens with Steam. It's not like I'm doing anything wildly different on Steam versus the regular multiplayer. Yes, it is out. Yeah, I didn't mention it in the patch notes because it was kind of not super intentional to be out yet, but I'll you know, report on all those features when it's actually out. I know what I'm doing. Epic. Yeah, feel free to mess around with it. I did have to change some things just to get it like integrated, but it seems like it should work. I did like make all the variables kind of. I changed one in here. Require Steam users. I think you put it down as like Steam require users, but it's like grammatically or logically, I guess that's not really what this setting means, because this is marking the server as requiring Steam users, so I changed to that. Otherwise everything here should be the same, I think. Enable cheats, port. I kept network interface, generation stuff, that's all good, I think. So yeah, hopefully that works now for you. Feel free to try it out. I know, I do need to update the public server. I gotta do that. I've just got so much stuff on my plate. Because this is like the worst time to like run into these problems, you know? Because it's right before the update needs to come out for the automation fest, and it's a nightmare, you know? Trying to get it all managed, but so much work. We can update the server though. Gotta log in. Oh. Yeah, that's the experimental branch. So, I'm pretty sure. Actually, no, unless that's saying, I think this is like the regular game Windows and Linux, and then this is the depot ID. This is this dedicated servers. I think I uploaded the dedicated server files like right as it hit midnight or something, so it says that it's 2 days ago instead of 3, but they're the same. Don't worry about that. Yeah, because this is not, I mean, it might be, I don't think it's the experimental version. I'm pretty sure that's the dedicated server, and then this is the client, so. And yeah, everybody should have the dedicated server in their library now, so. So just found your stream a few minutes ago. Game looks awesome. Well, thank you very much. You see the server? Oh, the server tool? Okay, cool, yeah. Good. Yeah, I finally figured that issue out. That was extremely frustrating because Steam, I don't know. It was an issue on their end where for some reason I wasn't able to add the package to the store page. It was literally like a month of back and forth with Steam, just trying to be like explaining my problem over and over again. I mean, finally they did solve it, but it's just like, I don't know why it took them so long. Oh well. It's frustrating though, because like I told people, well, it should show up. Little did I know it was actually broken. One day I want to do multiplayer. People always say that's hard. It really is hard. But I think it depends a lot on the type of game you're making too. Like, multiplayer with Starground has been an enormous challenge just because there's so many things that happen in Starground. from terrain generation to all the conveyor belts doing things and buildings and entities, and there's a million things I have to sync data on, right? It's just insane. But, you know, if you're making a simpler game, then multiplayer isn't that big of a deal. It just depends on the scope already. I'll always look at multiplayer as like a modifier for difficulty, where it's like twice as much work. So if you start with a lot of work already, it's gonna be a lot of work with multiplayer. Is the trough kind of bugged or something? Oh yeah. I can take a look at that. Need iron. Also, do I know about Cubic Odyssey? Yeah, I've heard about that. It's kind of like the sci-fi Minecraft game, I think. It looks pretty interesting. I mean, I don't know if I would necessarily get it. I'd probably just honestly prefer to play Space Engineers or something. But it's interesting. I don't know. Sometimes it does look a little funky, a little weird. But, yeah. I don't know. Maybe one day I'll try it out. This is what Starground should have become. Oh, God. That'd be so much work. Minecraft too, yeah. Crazy. Alright, let's take a look at the movers in the trough. I wonder if that's been the cause for sometimes people's animals dying. I don't know. Minecraft 34, whoa. And I'm just gonna give myself a bunch of items. Like give stone 999. Oh, what? Oh, it's because it can only take in those items. But let's try that again then with those. So give moongrass 999. Oops. Let's see what you're talking about. So you're saying it can only do 3 stacks and 20 items. Let's see. It's pretty odd. I mean, it's not a recipe, so it shouldn't just randomly stop putting items in. Minecraft 3-dimensional, yeah. Oh, Minecraft's already 3D though. It's like a Star Citizen meets Minecraft. Yeah, exactly. That is really weird. Why does it stop at 20? Ugh. Can't take it anymore. It's also very weird multiplayer. Odd. The trough is like, what weirdness are you finding in multiplayer with it? God, I need a command to clear out my inventory. I should do that. So why does it only stack to 20? Let's go look at the trough. Oops. It just stopped working one day and your animals died? That's really weird. We'll take a look at that too. So, okay, the inventory here, it's 1x4. I have these filters, which each has moongrass and ruby grain. That's fine. Insert, all those are off. Trough, add inventories. No force filters. Stack size is 1. So I don't know why it's only stacking to 20. That is very strange. What would cause it to only stack to that? Well, we have more moongrass in here. It's just for some reason in the mover, it's deciding that it's had enough. Which is really odd. I guess it must be inside of the update filters thing. Okay, so slot amounts. Just because that's set to something weird. So I have input amount as default of 10, I guess. Maybe that's what's happening here. Well, I say get the maximum between these two, which is input amount times the stack size multiplier times 2, which definitely should be greater, or whatever. Input amount. Why do I randomly have that set to 10? I bet if I upped this to 20 or something and then rebroke the mover, it would probably, yeah. So for some reason it's set to that. I don't know why. But why? Right? I mean, I guess this is just basically a default, like, stack size. Yeah, because it's the stack size multiplier times 2. So, I really should get, input amount shouldn't start with that. It should just start with the stack size of the item. So, we can get that. We can say, I need to get the item that we're passing in. So how can I do that? I mean, I can just set it to 99, but I wonder if that's going to cause issues with, like, coins and stuff, like stuff that stacks more. But nothing else really has a filter, and the only items going in here will be 99, so I don't think it'll be a problem. I think we'll be okay. Alright, and then you're saying one day it just randomly stopped on the public server? Yeah. Gotta figure that out too. Let me put this down as a fix. Would not be fully filled with movers. So how does a trough work? So a trough basically doesn't do much. I think all the trough stuff happens inside of the animals. So I know the troughs are in a group, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, trough. And then inside of an animal, I believe that they get the closest trough to themselves. Somewhere in here. So they're gonna have this timer right here. This runs in... Okay, so this will start in ready. This is their eating timer. And this only happens on the server, so... It's gonna create a new timer, it's gonna start at their hunger rate, and then they're gonna try eat every time. So they're just gonna search through every trough. If the distance is less than that, and they were able to remove the amount that they need of their food, then starving is false. That's not true anymore. But if they are still starving at this point, if this failed here essentially, then they die. But if they weren't starving, didn't eat, then it says starving is true and the starvation warning is true. So it should be fine. As far as I can tell, I don't see what issues would be in here. Other than just like a distance thing, or just they got really unlucky because they walked outside of the range of the trough and then got hungry. That'd be my only guess. So I'm not sure. Okay. But yeah, keep an eye on it. I will, if you can figure out exactly what the conditions are for the starvation, then we can take another look at it. Just from what I can tell, at least, it doesn't seem to have any issues with the code. But... okay, so that's still working with the stack size stuff, so I think we're good. It's just that by default it was set to 10 for some reason, I don't know. It's odd. But we should be fine now. Keep getting this email about this lawsuit against Steam. It's a class action. Antitrust. They broke antitrust laws or something. I don't know. We're back. Download multiplayer server. Sounds good. Okay. Well, anyways, I guess back to the grind. I'm so tired of this issue, you know. I've been trying to work on this for, like, a long time now. Many, many hours today and yesterday on my supposed day off. On the 4th of July. But it's just... it's just elusive. I don't know what is causing the Steam stuff. Part of me really wants to just swap over to a completely different Steam multiplayer thing. And there's that one that I messed with a long time ago when I was first doing Steam stuff, this one. I had a lot of issues with it though, of trying to get everything working. I think one of the issues that I had was like how you can exit or like stop the connection, right? Because what would happen is that you join, and then when you exit, it's like you're still connected or whatever. It didn't, like, disconnect. But it's been a long time since I've used it, so... it might be... it might be better now. It uses Steam sockets instead of lobby stuff, which is... it's interesting. But, I don't know. I would have to rip up everything I've already done. I don't think it'd be that different in terms of code and stuff, but, you know. It'd be a little different. And I really hate tearing up something like that. Freaking Steam code, I mean, come on. So it feels like the boat doesn't make me faster for some reason. I might have to take a look at that. It should be like doubling my speed, I think. Or 1.5 timesing? Yeah. Just exhausted. I had to get up super early today. Ugh. Okay, what can we do here? What even is there to do anymore? I don't know. I can't seem to fix any issues. When I connect with anybody else, it's like a 50-50 chance whether it does that weird orbiting camera thing or if it just joins normally. So I have no idea what I'm doing wrong. Like, is there some check I have to do in here or something, you know, to stop it from doing that? This business, right? And then once you're in this menu, you're screwed. You can't exit out or anything. You're just stuck here forever. So it's extremely frustrating. And it doesn't really tell me much in here. Like, at all. It just says playback can only happen when the node is inside the tree. And I presume that's trying to play on the player or something, but it just doesn't do anything. Doesn't really tell me anything. And over here, it doesn't really tell me anything either. This is this pull function thing. And I really don't think that's the issue, but... Maybe. Let's look it up. Let's see. Clients disconnect. So is that just because the peer is disconnecting? But like, what do I even do to stop it then? There's been this quote-unquote fix. I don't know if this does anything, though. Okay, well that's been supposedly fixed then. But why? Why does this business happen? And again, it's only on Steam, right? This doesn't happen on regular multiplayer. But it's like the multiplayer appears connected. You can see the bees moving around and stuff. Look at it. So it's so weird. I don't know what's happening. It must just be that the player, for some reason, is not like, it's not attempting to create themselves or something. I don't even know. But what they call, this is the code that gets called here, is on peer connect. Okay. This is, you know, the peer that gets called. So if we go to on peer connect. So right here we say multiplayer.connected to server.connect on peer connect. Right? Then that runs this. So I don't know, maybe it's just that I need to move this to a different like section. Maybe it's because I'm doing it too early when we're doing Steam stuff. So maybe the secret here is we go down to start connect. We do that if we're using the eNet multiplayer peer. Right here. I mean, why do we need a separate one for that, right? I really should just do like, I guess I have to verify the player to see if they can even join. So New Jank, what's up? How's it going? I am currently trying to solve some issues right now. It's been very frustrating. So that's connected to server. Well, let's just run that stuff on Pure Connect at the very beginning of initialize game, right? Before I do anything in here, that's where I go ahead and call. I'll just say, yeah, right here, if we're not the server, then say verify player.rpcid. We go back up to Pure Connect. Just grab all this stuff. Make that go away for a minute. So now this will always get ran here with our unique ID, Steam ID, username, game version. And it should also run the exact same way on the Steam side too, because that's where we run initialize game. You'd think. We'll see. I don't know. It's just been so frustrating trying to... Yeah, I've been just having a lot of issues with Steam stuff. That's what I've been trying to figure out right now. It's just been incredibly confusing and frustrating trying to figure out what's actually happening and what's wrong, you know? It's been a nightmare. Because there's this bug that we're getting right now where somebody like joins the game and it's just like they don't like spawn in as a player, but obviously the multiplayer is still working. It's really weird. I'm just trying to do anything I can right now to solve that, you know? So let's commit this. This is like bug fix 1 billion. Bug fix 9, whatever. Anyways, what are you up to though? How's your game going? push that, and come on, come on, come on. Let's go download it over here. Stash changes and continue. So, hey, JP Amos, thank you for the follow. It's coming along, doing some design stuff today mostly, yeah. Man, I wish I could do design stuff right now. But I've got to fix it. I don't really have a choice, you know, and that's the thing. It's not like I can just throw my hands up in the air and be like, forget it, because then the game is broken. So it's really annoying. I need to put my laptop in a better position. It's so far away. Okay, let me fetch the origin. Yeah, I want to just get this bug fixed and then finally move on to more content stuff, because I've got the I've got this update plan, 0.14, for the Automation Fest, and I really want to get that like ready to go before then, you know. But it's proving to be a challenge, apparently. Not because it was hard to add all the content stuff in. I mean, that was the easy part, but it's just this bug right now is killing me. I'm tired of it. All right. Let's see if this does anything. I'm hoping that it does. Because I think it might be the cause of a lot of problems, is just not waiting for both the multiplayer peer and the Steam lobby to fully connect. I hope. We'll see. Watch, we're gonna load it up and it's like still happening. Probably. I just hope to God I'm not accidentally breaking the regular multiplayer by making these changes. Yep, still happens. Awesome. That's so cool. That's super awesome. So what is even happening then? I don't get it. It should run initialize game in here. And right here we're saying we're not the server, so we're gonna request to verify the player. Is it just that, like, this code is running or something, but then it... I don't get it. I don't understand. Oh my god. Maybe it's because of where it's running. Maybe I need to run that after everything else. So if we go into initialize game, maybe I need to run that code once our world is generated. Right? So maybe we hold off on that. Or we just say, like, we connect it to a signal. So global dot fully loaded, right? Dot connect. It also seems, though, oddly, which is like, it's not, the tiles here are not set right. And I don't know why that's happening. It's like it's not pulling in the change tiles here, too. So that's just yet another issue with this, right? I don't know what that is doing either. It's just so odd and frustrating and confusing. I don't know what's wrong. I mean, I can print out something down in here just to make sure that it's, you know, down in add player. I can say print. Adding player string ID. just so I know when the player is actually getting added. Burning up. It's 1,000,000 degrees in my room. It's always 100 degrees every day. Alexa, lights. Alexa, fan on. God. Really want to distract you. We got now. You did the custom text effect in the Apple console. Yeah, no, it's all good. Don't worry. I need a distraction right now. Yeah, so it's just BB code. It's pretty cool. What you can do is whenever you print, there's another. It's just a part of vanilla Godot. You can just say print rich, and that's all it does is it just supports BB code in the print statement. So it's pretty cool. You know, you can do all the regular stuff, color and rainbow, and it's super easy to do. Yeah. So it's nice just for me in the editor because it makes like things like this a lot more obvious. It's not just the same white text over and over. It's like, oh yeah, that's the point where the game is loaded, you know. So it's definitely helpful. Servers on point 13, client experimental. Yeah, don't, the experimental's different. I haven't done a experimental dedicated server yet. I mean, I can get it up soon, but I'm probably going to do another experimental patch, hopefully, as soon as I get this multiplayer stuff fixed, so I will, I'll do that soon. I just got a million things I have to do. Yeah, sorry about that. It's just Steam is funny. It's like so hard for me to upload things because for some reason I have to do this to the window to make it work. I have to like shrink it like this, and it's just... If I don't do this and I try and upload a file to Steamworks, it just fails. I don't know why. I'm angry at Steam right now, guys. It's so frustrating. What do I even do to make this work? Is there even anything I can do? I'm gonna run this again and we're just gonna see exactly, like, is it even trying to add the player at all? Right? Is the verify player function getting called or anything? That's what I need to know right now. So let's see what it says down in here. So it's not even calling that at all. It's just not even trying to add the player. And that's the issue right now. Is for some reason, even though we're calling initialize game, it just doesn't work. Right here. Verify player. It's calling that as an RPC to the server. It didn't say anything in here as far as errors go. Sending over the unique ID. What is going on? Is it just that it's silently failing in here or something? Right? Is that what's happening? So let's print out, like, verifying player and plus string ID. Let's try that. Well, don't add it in there, add it over here. I just want to make sure that this is even getting ran at all, because right now it's a little frustrating. Little Instagram days where there wasn't an upload on the desktop versions. You had to resize it to mobile in order to post content from the computer. Oh yeah, that's funny. Okay, let's try this again. Let me relaunch the game. Just need to figure out what's happening. It's okay, so obviously the multiplayer connection seems to be working. I can see the bees moving around and stuff. I don't know why the terrain hasn't updated. That's kind of a bug we had to fix, but I don't know. Is it like it just can't send RPCs back to the server? Is that the issue where the server can send stuff to the client, but the client can't send anything back? Because then what do? It's just like the multiplayer peer is broken. So if that's the case, then I have no idea how to solve that. I don't know. This is so frustrating, guys. I can't take it anymore. I'm just want to go lay down and take a nap. I'm tired. Okay, so if I hit join game, it should over here print out that we're trying to verify a player. But it just never prints. So what's happening is that this, for some reason over here, just can't send anything. And I don't know what to do. It does it say starting initialization over here? Yes, it does. So I know that it's like, man. I was there with multiplayer Godot. Yeah. Did you ever run into issues like this or have any kind of solution to this? Because this is annoying. So it says starting initialization, so I know that this stuff is working. And so we're not the server, so we're gonna send a verify player right here, and it's gonna send that RPC, at least it should, to the server. I'm just gonna print something in here to make sure it's like thinking that it's not the server or something. Let's try this. And let's go back in. I don't think ChatGPT would have any idea what's happening. So, thank you for the follow. It's not a syntax issue. It's just like, I'm still getting it going. I rage quit stream the other day. Yeah. I don't blame you. So obviously it's running this code. It's just not working. So what am I doing wrong? You know? It's also happening like every time now. It's not even like a 50-50 thing. So what's wrong? What am I doing wrong? If we're not the server, send an RPC. So it calls this code and it tries to send an RPC, but here's the funny part. It never gets sent. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm kind of just at a spot where it's like, I think it's just the multiplayer peer is broken. I really don't know what else it could be. Because I never have any issues on regular, like, multiplayer, just through the eNet. You know, and even when I exit out of the server, like, okay, well, it finally did say. See, it's, I don't get it. The signals and stuff work for the peer, where it says, like, oh, you've disconnected. But it's just that one thing, I don't get it. So annoying. I can even boot this up with two things and we'll see that the regular eNet multiplayer works flawlessly. There's never any issues. So I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna have to tear out the multiplayer peer or something. Man. Good music? Well, thank you. Yeah, I try and throw in a whole bunch of different tracks and stuff I like. Try and do copyright-free stuff. I think sometimes the Plants vs. Zombies tracks get claimed on YouTube, even though they shouldn't, because it's video game music. But I don't know. Okay, so watch this. If we go ahead and load it up normally, just on this, it's gonna work beautifully. And it's never gonna cause issues. So we load that up. Now we go over here and we're gonna join local host, right? We hit connect and it's just gonna work. It's just gonna work. No funny camera business. At least I think so. Oh, it's because I'm already... I gotta change my name. So I'm just trying to figure out what's the difference between the two, right? I've tried literally everything, and the only thing that I can seem to boil it down to is just... it's the multiplayer peer thing, right? I never have issues locally like this, just through eNet. It's fine. I mean, yeah, of course there's just an occasional bug or something, but it's always my fault, you know? But this is one of those things where I don't know what I'm doing wrong. It's not even like I can debug it because it's just straight up the RPCs aren't being sent over the network. So where does that leave me, right? Nowhere. I'm screwed. I don't know. It's just so frustrating. Because we have multiplayer working just great, but it's just the Steam part of it that's throwing a wrench in everything. So it's extremely frustrating. It still says this message, you know, lost connection to the server whenever you quit, but it's not a big deal. It's just like a random thing that I don't know why that happens, but I don't know. I just don't know anymore. Is it something with how I'm starting the lobby? You know, like when I do start host, is the issue in there? When I do this initial, like, creation of the peer and stuff? Because what I say is, I create a peer, I connect a signal, the on-lobby created signal down here. This is just going to set the lobby data. I'm going to set it to joinable, and then initialize game. It's really not that complicated in there. This is just saying create lobby, and then with create lobby, you pass in the type of the lobby, right? By default, max players is 32, so that shouldn't be an issue. Just says set privacy type and maximum player count. That gets set. I'm even doing error checking here, but that never causes any issues. And then I just say set lobby joinable true. And then I just set the multiplayer peer to the peer. And I don't think there's really anything else I can do. I think that's it for Steam stuff, like for creating the lobby. Is there something that I'm missing here? I don't think so. We can just keep scouring the Discord server, I guess, for bugs. But I don't know. I don't know anymore. Just... it's so frustrating. Because it's not even sending errors anymore. That's the other thing that really sucks. Is it's just like... there's no errors being sent anymore. So that makes it so hard to debug what's happening. I don't know. What am I doing wrong? I just can't send an RPC. Something's broken with the RPCs then. RPC ID broken. RPC ID not being sent. I don't know. What do I do? Got ads now, guys. My bad. Just doesn't work. I feel like I've tried everything, you know? I've looked at so much stuff. So many different ways that people have done this. And I'm not doing anything weird or wrong or different, you know? I'm just saying, try and connect here with the lobby ID. And then I connect up some signals here. So, well, they already get connected up. So what I have here inside of this is another node that handles like the Steam stuff. So we say, try and connect to the lobby. And then Steam down here is going to go ahead and say, you know, up here, these different things. So lobby joined is what should get called here. So is it just because I'm doing steam.join lobby here? Like, should I not be doing that? Should I be saying get parent dot here dot, it's not create, connect lobby, and then I pass in the lobby ID? I mean, maybe. I don't think that's the problem, though. Because obviously they're connecting. So this is what gets ran, right? So response is returning with 1, otherwise it would return back to the main menu. So it's succeeding. Now we're just going to say ID, right, is the lobby owner. And as long as we're not the lobby owner, and we're not the server, then we go ahead and just say Steam connection.lobby is true. We don't really need to wait a frame here anymore. So we set that. That happens. Both of those things are now true. So we have the two things right here. Steam connection peer is true. And then Steam connection lobby is also true. So now we go ahead and in process, we're saying if both of those are true, then we call initialize game, right? And it's running, obviously, because I can see this printing on the client side. So as a client, this just loads in an empty world right here, right? Right here, this is going to be supposedly sending 2 RPCs, one for requesting tile data and one for verifying player. But clearly the issue is that it's just RPCs don't work, right? I can't send any RPCs, so I do not know what I'm supposed to do about that. Let's set a game. Like, what do I do? What bug is blocking our RPCs from being sent? You know? So the function's authority, I mean, I can. I mean, I have it set to any peer, call local. By default, it should be, you know, whatever. Let me look at all the different things for RPC again. So we could just say authority. But if I set it to authority, then that means that only the server can call it. I do want the mode to be set to any peer. Unless I'm just doing this in the wrong order or something. Maybe what I need to say first is any peer. I really don't think that matters, but maybe it does. Then I say call local, then transfer mode is reliable. And I can also specify that the transfer channel is 0. It should be 0 by default, but let's just try that, right? So that's verify player. Now let's also go to request tile data. Make sure it's set the exact same way. Right? That should be completely fine. I've never had issues like that with these RPCs. I really doubt it's... And here's the other thing too, it works fine on regular multiplayer with eNet. So that just makes me think even more that it's not the RPC's fault. Right? This is just what's so frustrating about this. Oh, man. Sergio, welcome in. How's it going? I am currently trying to solve some issues with Steam in my game Starground. Using the Godot multiplayer up here. It's proving to be quite frustrating. I'm not sure what's going on. Because what's happening is I can't send RPCs, which is it's a remote procedure call. Basically, it's just sending a request to call a function somewhere. But for some reason, it just doesn't work, and I don't know why. I don't know what to do anymore. I guess we'll just go ahead and save this and push the changes, and if it works, great. If not, I'm probably gonna have to rip up all of our multiplayer stuff and try it with a different, like, peer or whatever, because I don't know. It's like, I just can't get this to work. Seems like no matter what I do, just nothing happens, so... Hotfix 10 or whatever this one is now. New Steam is responding late. What a waiting work. I have no idea. Honestly. I have no clue. I'm just like so over it. So angry now. I can add in an await thing here, you know, just say await get tree dot process frame or whatever. Or I could even say right here, because we're going to be loading in terrain. Well, I guess I want to request the tile data before I load the terrain though, right? Well, how does that work? So I think I set this to... Yeah, modified tiles. And then this sends a bunch of RPCs back, set modified tile. And that's just going to set it to whatever. So it shouldn't matter when that gets called, honestly. Running load game is going to make it do all this stuff. And then down here it's going to say fully loaded, gets emitted after that's done, right? But I don't think that's what I need to do here. Because why would that stop an RPC from getting called? It really shouldn't. And like, what would I even await, right? Do I wait load game? I don't know. Because I really need to call this stuff, I think, before I run load game. I mean, let's see. Because how would this work? This is going to send the request to set the tiles. I guess I need that to happen after... Well, it shouldn't matter because the base terrain generation stuff won't conflict with this. So it doesn't matter when this gets called, whether it's before or after the world generation. It should be okay. And it's the same thing with verified player. It doesn't matter when this gets called either. As long as the world exists, then everything should be fine. So I don't know. You just don't know anymore. Well, I pushed that change. Let's try it out. See if anything's different. Just gonna load it up with 2 games right now. And yeah, if this doesn't work, then we're just gonna move on to something else. And I'll get back to this stuff another time because, man, it's frustrating. I wanted to add this in. I just drew this sprite really quick. It's like a broken star launcher. And this is basically just so that people don't get trapped on Opus. Because right now that happens, and it's bad. So, I wanted to add this in. It just spawns on the starting platform. You can break it. But I won't be able to do that if I can't get this to work. Okay. Let's try this again. Close that other one. Back in here. Join my friend. I don't know what to do. I don't know why I can't send an RPC. It's ridiculous. I'm not doing anything weird with the code. But it's just not updating the terrain. And it's ridiculous because look, you can see the other player from this view. They're right there. We can watch as we move around. Like here, let me move this over here so you guys can see. It's hard to see on stream, but you can see my player moving around. Right? So it's not that like the multiplayer stuff isn't working. Like obviously it's syncing data and stuff and like it's updating. You can see other RPCs being called or other, like, the multiplayer synchronizer nodes are working just fine. Right? And same with the conveyor belts. Those get called. Process set to false. I don't think so. I don't think it is. I mean, we can double check and make sure. But it's not, because it's running the initialization step. So it's trying to call in those RPCs and stuff, which means process isn't stalled. Because it's right here, starting initialization. And that's what it's being printed right here. So I know that this code is being ran, and the only way that's ran through Steam is when process is true. So it's not that. Process is not set to false. The only other thing I can think of is just like delaying this a bunch. You know? Just saying await get tree dot timer 10, let's do 5 seconds dot timeout. So that's gonna wait 5 seconds before it calls these two things. And we're just gonna try it, you know, just for fun. Let's see what happens. So let's join, and it's gonna wait 5 seconds before it tries to call those RPCs. So it's waiting 5 seconds. And now what's happening? It's just nothing. It looks like it did create the player though, but the issue is that the player now is being created. This is so broken, guys. So the issue is that the player is being created after the fully loaded signal gets called. And that just breaks everything. So the question then is, how can we... What? Okay, that's just the game. That's fine. Thought I'd just close the whole editor. That would have sucked. So why does that work then once we wait? The question then becomes though, like, what signal or like what is that time stretch that I have to wait to connect? Because I don't want to make people have to wait 5 seconds to connect. That's ridiculous, right? Oh my god. Is it just waiting for the world to generate? Is that the issue? So you heard FM? Welcome in. Oh. Oh, I'm so tired. Maybe what we need to do is just down in here. Let's do this change in here. On load game. Because normally what happens down here is the world generates. So thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Down here, if we're the server, we add the player. So what we do is we call game load, we await world generated, and then we just immediately say on fully loaded. So maybe that's the issue. Is that we need to wait until the world is fully loaded, and then we call that. Maybe. So maybe what we do is we say, if we're the server, go ahead and just add player fully loaded and then emit. But if we're on... Is this the Godot engine? Yes, it is. Yeah. This is indeed the Godot engine. So maybe what we do here is we go to... Start connect on initialize game. So what this is going to do is wait for all this stuff to happen. And then in here, I'm just going to say await. I guess I'll say that before here. So, oh, Introvert Latina, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So we're gonna wait global.world generated. And then we call this stuff. So what this is gonna do is just wait until our world is actually here and generated. And then these two things should get called. And then as soon as those are done... I mean, there's no way for me to know once those are complete, though. So I'm just gonna have to hope and pray. And then these will go, I guess. Let's just see if this changes anything. So all this is gonna do is just tell it to wait until our world is actually fully generated. And then it'll call all this stuff. So let's try it out. Let's upload all the data again. How come sometimes it like pushes a file with that little squiggly? I don't know why it does that. It's kind of odd. God, God, I wish there was a quicker way to test this stuff. Okay, bug fix 11. Let's try it. Let's save everything in here. Let's restart the game. Oh, I have to... I messed up. I have to make that say, if we're not the server. Shoot. Now I gotta wait for this. Actually, I really should only call that stuff if we're not the server ever. Like for the, let's go back in here. If it would go. Man, wouldn't that be super cool if, like, I could look at my code? Okay. I think all of this stuff should await like that. But, okay, let's go check in load game, because we have to make sure that this is all going to be called and stuff. So in here, if we have data, we're going to say add player, send fully loaded. And then down here, we're going to emit it if we're the server. So the only time that it's actually going to await for this stuff in here. Also, then we just say await here, there. Okay. So we'll try this out. Let's see if this works. I think we're on bug fix 12 now. I don't know anymore. Let's try this. And let's go to origin here. Discard those. Reload from disk. I didn't fetch origin yet. Full origin. Fetch the origin. Okay. Reload from disk. Launch that one. Launch that one. And hopefully this works, but we will see. What do the chat rules mean by don't drink the juice? I don't know, I'm just warning you guys, be careful. I don't know, I just put it in there one time, I don't really remember why. Can't even remember what the chat rules are. Where do I even change those? It's like in settings or something. Channel. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. I don't even know how to do it. I'll look that up another time. Alright, let's try this again. Post my save game, this one, and let's join. So it looks like server creating the world loading is fine. Yes. What is this? Got it? One incoming request. Whoa. Okay, let's try this. Doesn't seem to be doing anything now. So that's super cool. So what happened? It's just nothing happened. So we ran all this stuff. We're not the server, so we await world generated. but it never gets called, I guess. So where do I say that emit? So the only place that happens is in here, which that should get called generate. I think it's in here. Yes, the Blender Donut. Yeah, that was my Blender Donut speed run. So went pretty good. Got my time down pretty far. I think in here I have a check for when we finally received like our world data. Yeah, then right here. This is where I say go ahead and then generate our world data. So I am running generate, but I only run that if we're in game already. And I think that's our issue. Is because up in here where I'm calling this, we go to initialize game. I call that stuff after await this stuff. So I need to move this to, I guess right here. Yeah. So that'll probably fix that. Let's, go make the same change over here. Really quick. Save that. Let's relaunch the game and try connecting again. So what game am I making? This is my game Starground. It's sort of a mashup between automation and dungeoning. And right now I'm just trying to get some Steam multiplayer issues fixed. Okay, it's so weird what's happening here. It kind of works, but then also doesn't at all. And I don't... It's very confusing. So, our player did get instantiated, but you can see there's a lot of things missing. So, first off, minimap is broken. Player is invisible. It makes me think that it's not calling fully loaded at the proper time. I think is the problem here. Now, did it update our modified tiles? It did not. So that kind of sucks. So tiles don't get updated. How am I calling that, I wonder? I'm just calling it straight up with 1. So it's going to send this back. It's going to say set modified tile false. For drop item? Yeah. For I. Set cells. Oh, I'm setting set cells, I think, to false. Okay, so the reason that doesn't work is because we have to wait for that terrain stuff to be sent back before we start generating our world. So if we go back to initialize game. So the problem here is that we say await world generated, but we have to send this request tile data like immediately. So I think that's our issue here. So send that first, and then we wait for those things. I guess the question is, how do we know if there is tile data to be waiting for? That's the problem. Does GDScript multitask networking, or does it wait for the whole block of data to be sent? I guess what do you mean by multitasking? Like having multiple channels that data gets sent through? So you can do like simultaneous data stuff, or... And I guess I just have to wait for... How am I gonna do this, dude? Such a nightmare. I mean, odds are this will probably work. So if I send this and then do all the stuff. But how do I know for sure? I don't really. Well, let's try this and see what happens. Just out of curiosity. If you have a large chunk of data and a small chunk, if the large is split up, will it interlace the smaller chunk packets? Okay. So I think how it works is that it doesn't ever split up your large packets automatically for you. Like, for example, with this thing that I'm trying to do here, this is requesting to get all the tile data sent back to the client so that it can generate the world properly. I have to make sure that my packets don't exceed the maximum packet size. So it's kind of up to me to do like the packet splitting and stuff, you know. So it's not gonna like I mean, well, I guess it's like if you sent another kind of packet or whatever, that's a small packet. I mean, it doesn't matter. The packet size is basically doesn't mean anything, right? So that's the thing here. So if I send multiple packets at the same time, I mean, there's no guarantee of which one I'm going to get back first. You can send reliable ordering packets, but network driver might split up the packets. Maybe Steam has an odd packet size. Maybe. I mean, I think I'm kind of seeing the issue here. Yeah. So I think the problem here right now is that, I mean, I don't know why it worked before, but whatever. Is I need to get this stuff. So I need this tile data back before we start generating the world, right? That's kind of the requirement here, it seems. Because what this is going to do, it's going to just make a request to the server, say, hey, loop through every single modified tile you have, and then send it back to me, right? So it's going to send back another RPC here, set modified tile. And since I have set cells as false, it means it's not going to do all this stuff where it actually, like, creates the tile and stuff. It's not going to run set cell right there. Down in here. Which is definitely unfortunate. Because then I wouldn't have to rely on the ordering of this if I could just change that behavior. So it's kind of like I need to just tell it not to do any of this stuff, right? Of like the visual stuff, but I still want to tell it to actually set the tile here though. You know, to run set cell. What's the best asset store that's free? Godot has an asset store. The asset library, I think. And everything here is free, completely free, because it's all... I think it all has to be like either MIT or GPL. There's EUPL, that might be like GPL, but European Union. That's my guess. But yeah, these are all great things to use here. You can sort by the version you're on and stuff, and I guess they do have a lot of different licenses. But I think all of these are open source licenses, so you should be fine for the most part. But you can just search by like MIT license and then search. And now these are all things for 4.4. Under the MIT license. So I don't really ever use any plugins. I mean, some of these might be useful, but I don't know. I tend to just do my own code, because otherwise it becomes a nightmare. I've ran down this rabbit hole before with like adding in a bunch of plugins and stuff, and it's nice in the beginning because you like things get sped up a lot, but then it's hard to expand and like organize your project when you have so many different systems working with each other. It can be really tricky. I mean, some of these are fine, just like the really basic stuff where it's like adding in just a little tiny node, like that one I saw. It was, I think it was on page 1. Like where is it? It's this range slider. Like, I really don't think this would conflict with much else in your project, you know? So it's probably totally fine. But when you get into stuff like, you know, a whole multiplayer API and stuff, it can be, I think it's not a good idea. I appreciate the people that do spend time to make those things work, but it's also like, I don't know. You better hope it doesn't break one day, because it's going to be hard to fix, you know? That's the problem. So I think I saw Twitcher in here, yeah. Twitcher is now out in V2. We need to go back to our overlay and update to Twitcher V2 soon. Because now it's time. It is a lot better now. I've been looking at all the new changes and stuff. No, I did not fix the issue. I mean, I have an idea of what might be causing it, but actually being able to fix it is a kind of whole nother thing. I'm trying to, I think it just has to do with, like, loading things too fast without waiting for it to be ready. So, I'm calling initialize game at a good time. It's after everything's connected, so we're connected to the Steam lobby, and also our multiplayer peers fully connected. So that's good. Hopefully that'll fix the player visibility issue. But now the next problem that I'm having is, like, we need to request this tile data before we generate the world. But, also, hey, Setalix, welcome in. How's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, welcome in, everyone. We are currently dealing with Steam issues. It's not very fun in here right now. Frustrating. So the issue that we're having just has to do with, like, when, like, players join and everything. So EDX, thank you for the follow. Sometimes, like, what's happening is when somebody joins, it's just, it doesn't create the player for some reason. It's just like an empty, it's just a floating camera watching over everything. And it's so weird because you can, like, see other players move around and stuff, so I know that the multiplayer is working, but it's just like, it's not quite right, and I'm trying to figure it out, but it's been a nightmare. One of the other issues that we've had is whenever at least 3 people are connected, if one person leaves the server, then everybody else gets, like, kicked from the server for some reason. And I have no idea why that's happening either. Here's the thing that sucks about all this, is that this stuff only happens on the Steam side of the multiplayer, right? I never get these issues through, like, the eNet multiplayer, through local connection. So it's something specific to Steam, or something with Steam is causing these issues. But it's been a challenge so far, figure out why that's happening. So yeah, it's annoying. Right now, the issue that I'm running into has to do with, like, loading in our modified tiles. So in Starground, you can change the tiles around, you can dig them up and place them in other places, you know? So I send a request to the server here to request tile data. And what that does is basically, it's just going to loop through everything inside of our modified tiles, right? Right here. And it's going to send a bunch of RPCs back to set those tiles. Now, the issue, though, is that there's no way of me really knowing when this RPC is going to be finished. So I'm trying to figure out how I can actually do that, right? Like, how do I know when... I mean, I guess you could, like, send back a number of how many RPCs should have been sent. And then we wait until that number hits that value. It's kind of whack, but technically it would work. Beyond the Steam issues, all's been going well. I mean, yeah, things have been going pretty good. As far as content stuff, it's been good, you know. We're just working away at Opus. I added it says it's also Opus research, but don't worry about that. Also, there's some items that are just null in here, which is really weird. I gotta figure out what's going on with that. But we can just say research all. And then this research is I think I'm naming this like overdrive logistics or something. It basically just unlocks all the new fast conveyors and stuff. I don't know why that's saying that it's a null thing though. Let's go take a look at what's actually happening in here. So research table, let's go down to our Opus research. So apparently gold ore, oh, it's because I'm just not saying building wind turbine, I think. Building surge protector. And then down here, there's the corner mover, I believe, is invalid. So why is that? Let's go look at the buildings. Oh, I called it the side mover, not the corner mover. That's why. Alright, so that'll fix those issues. And then also this isn't called Opus, this is Overdrive Logistics. It's the final tier of conveyors and stuff. Alright, well that'll fix all that. Yeah, everything else otherwise has been going good. It's just, I really hope I can get these Steam issues fully worked out, because it's annoying. Some people playing recently have had a lot of Steam issues, and it's frustrating, because it's like... I really don't want people to have issues, you know? I mean, obviously. But also, I'm having the hardest time ever trying to solve these problems, and I'm just like... I don't know. This is one of the things that sucks about game development. It's like... And not that I'm, like, being a little baby and complaining, because it's... it is my fault at the end of the day. I'm the creator of the game, but... It sucks when, like, there's one bug in the game and now your reviews are permanently tanked, you know? It sucks. It's just like, even though I'm literally spending every waking moment trying to fix the problem, it's, you know. Sometimes also people get this, like, idea that I'm just, like, not trying, right? Or that, like, I'm just, like, fine with the game being broken, but it's really not the case. I'm spending, like... days and days on this bug trying to figure it out, and it's just it's frustrating. Yeah, I don't know. By the way, picking up a copy of this for myself and my partner. Oh, awesome. Let's go. Yeah, hopefully it'll work. I mean, it seems like with 2 people on Steam, there's very few issues. The only issue that can happen sometimes is that that thing where it doesn't like spawn in your player, but I'm working on that. I'm hoping I can get that fixed. Yeah, if you do run into issues, definitely try just like a direct connection. You should be able to do that just through like if you're on the same Wi-Fi, then you can do it that way. You both just kind of locally connect to each other. So, but yeah. But definitely let me know if you run into issues. I hope I can get them worked out before you guys fully start playing stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna try. Yeah, isn't the Steam API stuff complicated by third party too, not directly by Steam? Yeah, I'm not directly accessing the API. It's through the Godot Steam multiplayer peer. Which, it's good. I mean, I don't really have a lot of issues with this stuff, but it's just recently, I don't know what's been going on. But yeah, this is the multiplayer peer, and it's basically just an interface to let you access all the Steam functions in here. You know, so create lobby, connect lobby, get peer info, all this stuff. It's nice just because it has all the multiplayer stuff here, and then it also has all the regular Steam stuff. So dealing with like, you know, user-generated content stuff, achievements in here somewhere, like friends and all this stuff, you know. So it's nice. But yeah. Yeah, unfortunately people are very likely to make the positive assumption when they spent their own time and money. Yeah, right. Or unlikely to make the, yeah. Some people are just either lazy or not knowledgeable and reaching out on Discord reporting bugs. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're the you're the person I was trying to helping on Discord. I'm sorry that you ran into all those issues. It just sucks. I'm really trying to get this solved. It's just such a head scratcher. Like, multiplayer stuff is always hard, but this one's been pretty nasty, this bug. I'm probably just gonna have to rework the whole way that I like load in players. I mean, it's just annoying because it works just fine on local multiplayer, and then on single player it's good, but with Steam it's not good. And I'm just like, why though? What is the difference here that I'm doing wrong? I don't know. Thankfully for anyone who swings by your streams, it's very obvious you care, intelligent worker. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I really do care. I mean, I've played many games before where I run into like multiplayer issues, and it's just the worst. Because you get this whole, you buy a game specifically to play with somebody, you know, a lot of these times with co-op games, and then it doesn't work. So I get the frustration 100%, you know. A long time ago, me and my brother got a SnowRunner to do like the co-op stuff, because we were excited to try it out, but it was just problem after problem. We just couldn't get it to work. It works now, but it just like ruined everything, you know, because that's the only reason we got the game. Yeah, it's just, it sucks. It's just when multiplayer stuff like this happens, it's just a bad time for everybody, you know? The people that have to deal with the problem, and also on the developer side of just being like, well, I don't know what your issue is, or like I can't even replicate it, and I don't know what's causing it. I'm trying, but you know, there's no like easy thing to tell somebody where it's like, oh yeah, I can go ahead and take a look at that and then get back to them and be like, fixed it. You know, like with a normal bug, this stuff is like, takes a lot of time to really dive into and debug. It sucks. And I keep getting all these errors too, the send error, reliable. I don't know why these happen either. I saw somebody mention this on the Godot Steam Discord, I think. So I gotta look into those too. It's just so much. Finally do C#. I don't think I will. Also, I don't think multiplayer peer supports C#. I'm not sure. I'd have to figure that out. Yeah, I'm new at reporting bugs directly on Discord. It's not giving up on the game. It's pretty fun and addicting so far. I just want to play with friends. It's okay, I'm not the type to put those negative reviews on Steam and not give it a chance or something. Yeah, well, I appreciate it. It really is so helpful, you know, as a developer, for people that like are willing to help. A lot of the time when, and I get it, I'm not like blaming people for doing it, but like a lot of the time when you run into a bug, it's just, you know, whatever, the game is broken, negative review, and then bye. You know, it's not even, let's not bother, waste our time trying to, you know, and I get it, but it does suck. Because I'm totally like ready and willing to fix these problems, but then sometimes people just don't even tell me that they had a problem. So, I don't know. It's annoying. Be neat if Steam had some sort of developer ticket system for fixing the things people report in their bad reviews. Yeah, I really wish, like, I mean, I replied to all those reviews about the multiplayer stuff on Steam, but the only thing that you can do about reviews like that is just hope that they change their review, and that's it. So it's too bad, you know. You can leave like a developer response, but you can only do that once. What the developer response does is it basically notifies that person that the developer has responded to them. But it's too bad because, for example, this review, they were saying that they just couldn't get onto the multiplayer stuff, and so I sent a review or a developer response where I'm like, I just put up a hotfix to fix some connection stuff. You know, let me know if you have any other issues. So, you know, good. They updated it again, and they had some other issues, so I can't send another developer response, right? So I'm just kind of I'm kind of screwed. So I don't know what to do about this. I mean, I can add a comment, but it doesn't notify them. I don't think editing notifies either. Yeah. So it's just kind of a bad situation. You really got like one shot to hope and pray that your reply will change their mind, and if not, then it's over, you know? And like, it's the same with it's also frustrating too, because there's some reviews here from a long time ago that are just not true anymore. You know? Especially a lot of these other ones, like these old ones where it's like there's not enough content and stuff. This was put up right, like, only a couple weeks after the game released. So it's like, this is just not a good reflection of the game, right? But there's nothing I can do about it. And this is just the reality of reviews, you know? And like, this review is really confusing to me too. The game in the images is not the same as the game you played. What is that? Like, I have screenshots. These are all in-game screenshots and videos, and the trailer is in-game footage. So that was like really frustrating to me. And there's no way to like, Steam is very, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's great that Steam is like very consumer centric, where most of the time, if there's any kind of issue or problem, they always side on the side of the consumer, which is good. And that's one of the reasons why Steam is such a great platform for people that buy games. But at the same time, it means that like stuff like that, it just doesn't, nothing ever happens. I can't like get rid of, you know, I can't do anything about this review. So it's just, it sucks. Even though it doesn't make any sense, you know, Steam still says, oh, well, it's a valid criticism. So it's just, yeah, I don't know. Just venting all my Steam anger right now, you know. But yeah. Felt bad because I saw the post about taking a day off. Nah, don't worry. You know, it's fine. It's more important to me to fix people's issues than take some time off, you know. Yeah, but they added something more effective because they expect people would complain to the community hub instead of reviews. Yeah. Reviewing on lack of content for early access should be illegal. Yeah. That is one of the downsides of an early access game, you know? Is that, like, honestly, people don't really, like, when you buy a early access game, it's kind of like, people don't think of it as an early access game. And I get it. Like, if I buy an early access game, obviously I want my game to be functional and stuff, you know? But there definitely is, like, a high standard. That's probably one of the reasons why I probably wouldn't do another early access game. I mean, maybe. Obviously, it depends on the type of game, but I would definitely spend a bit more time to really finish the game more before I put it up in early access and just focus more on like alpha testing stuff, you know? as the way to play the game, because it does suck. Even though there's a big warning at the top of the thing saying, you know, is not complete and may change, nobody cares. So, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, they need to keep consumers more than developers ultimately. Yeah, that's true. Hopefully we'll see another update of these systems with indie dev becoming more and more in the forefront. Yeah. I mean, I just wish there was just a little more, like... I'm not even asking for Steam to prioritize the developer. I don't care. But just some way to, like, an easier way for me to, like, combat some stuff that just doesn't make any sense. There's completely valid negative reviews in here. My thing is not that negative reviews are bad, right? Like, even stuff like this, it's fine. It's warranted. Will they ever change the review? Probably not, but whatever. But then just stuff like this review is just like, what's even the point? Why leave this review? It's not like feedback on the game. It has nothing to do with the game. But there's nothing I can do about this review. Like, I mean, I can flag it, but it's kind of just Steam. It's not like sending a request or a message to Steam by doing that. You know what I mean? It's just frustrating. There's nothing I can really do. So, whatever. Yeah, I take the reputation risk off. People expect, oh, it's 90% done early access. Yeah, right. Yeah, so people just don't read. Yeah. I mean, it's what it is, you know? So. There's a lot of holding accountable, which is good, but also needs to be opportunities for retribution in the system. Yeah, I know. It's just, it's annoying. I don't know. Yeah. .3 hours. Yeah, I think they just booted up, didn't work, and then just stopped. I hope eventually they go back to it, though, and try again. Because this is... I fixed their bug, like, immediately. They put up the post at 7:30, and then I put up a patch at, like, 11. So, I mean, that's a pretty quick turnaround. But it doesn't really matter. All you can do is hope and pray. We'll see. So I wonder if there's a way you can put a bug report button in the game. I definitely have been thinking about that, of just adding a button on the main menu or something to report issues. Just to help people know that, like, you know, I'm here to help. But, yeah. I'll probably add that. Especially after this whole debacle. Oh, you're talking about the review that was... Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 0.3 hours. This is just a stupid review. Apparently it doesn't count toward the actual score, because I guess they didn't activate it, like, they didn't buy it on the Steam store. They must have gotten it as a gift or something. But it's still, just the fact that this is in here is still annoying. But yeah. I see a familiar face, some kind of experience I saw before. Hell yeah. Yeah, especially for people that are not knowledgeable on using Discord, that'd be very useful. Yeah, definitely. I'll probably do that. But yeah, I don't know. I just try not to focus so much on the negativity, because at the end of the day, there's sometimes not a lot you can do, you know? I mean, the game is still barely hanging on to the very positive thread, so it's fine. Like, as long as we stay above 80%, I feel like that's okay. If we dip down into mostly positive, that would kind of suck. So I'm trying my best to keep it at least 80%. It can be hard, though. A lot of, like, the issues, honestly, like, I mean, it's not necessarily my fault that Steam multiplayer up here is not working, but it kind of also... how difficult it is to develop Starground is kind of my fault, if that makes sense. Where it's like, you know, I aim for such a big, complicated game that of course I'm gonna have trouble trying to get multiplayer stuff working, you know? And that's the thing. I don't know. It's all just, you know, lessons learned that I'll take into the next project, right? Like, if I'm gonna do multiplayer, maybe don't do it on such a complicated, grandiose game, you know, with combat and smelting and, you know, there's so many parts of Starground that makes multiplayer so hard. So, but yeah. Better add mod support before adding content. Oh man. Yeah, mod support stuff's working okay. I've been working on that. It's hard. It's also hard because this game is so complicated and I'm the only programmer, you know? So it's like, I'm stretched very thin. If there's ever a bug or anything, I'm the only one that can fix it. And likewise, I'm the only one that can actually add content. So it's just too big of a game, you know? Obviously, that doesn't mean I'm just going to stop working on it or something, but definitely I'm going to simplify for the next, you know? It's just too hard. I can't handle it all. So... what do you think? What do I think of your mod? It's definitely something. I kind of want to do a challenge run with your mod, Oshik, just to try, because it seems terrible, and it might be kind of fun in a watch me suffer kind of way. So keep a lookout for that. I'll have to see how Starground would do in an ECS environment. Like entity component structure, or am I thinking is there something else? ECS. Okay, yeah. I mean, honestly, Godot kind of is an entity component engine, if you think about it. Like, the fact, just based off of how nodes work and stuff, they are all components of your object. So it kind of is. I mean, I definitely would have probably banked on that concept a little harder, you know, from the beginning, knowing what I know now, but that's just how it goes. You can't plan everything out. Question was that thing behind the character? It's a backpack. Yeah, some people think it looks like something else, but the creative vision is for it to be a backpack, at least. Yeah. What is this? This is a research notification. Name on an object of type null. Oh, I don't know why that is. Okay, we got ads coming up in just a minute, guys. My apologies. Do I need to know advanced math to make a game? Definitely not. The most advanced math I've ever done is like some basic geometry stuff with like circle angles and stuff, but it's really not too bad. I wouldn't worry about that. Most of the time, the only math you're doing is addition and multiplication and stuff. It's not that bad. And you have a calculator right next to you at all times, so... Math is kind of a very small component of game development. I gotta go now. Keep you updated with me and my partner. Do a sit down and play. Yeah, for sure. Hopefully, I'm hoping I can get these fixed soon. I think I just gotta figure out how to do this like loading pipeline for connecting, and then I hope I can get it working, because I am so tired of fixing these bugs. You don't get ads? Well, good for you. Yeah, sometimes ads are weird on Twitch where like sometimes people get them and then other times they don't. My throat is dried up. I guess that notion of math isn't a big component. Only apply if you use an engine like Godot and Real, not make one from scratch. Well, yeah. That's definitely true. I mean, if you're making your own engine from scratch, then yeah, you're probably going to have to math it up. Especially if you're doing your own, like, creating your own systems for graphics rendering. That's a whole thing. But if you're using a pre-existing engine, it's really not that big of a deal. So there's not much math to do. God, this is the bane of my existence right now. How am I gonna know? I mean, can I do these in an, like, ordered? You know? I don't necessarily want those to be ordered, but... I mean, they are reliable. Does that mean that they're going to be ordered? Not necessarily. Can I even mark this as being ordered? It just doesn't. There's unreliable ordered, but I don't think that's what I want. I think reliable is ordered. But let's check. Well, it doesn't necessarily say. How am I going to do this then? It might be easier just to make it not dependent on this data being sent back, you know? But also I need to know when the player is actually loaded in too. That's another thing. I guess I can just go and create another signal in global for when the player is actually created. Go up here to our signals. Player entered room. I'm just gonna add another signal in here, which is like player created. Player created. All right. Now let's go into our player code. Also, ads are over. Welcome back, everybody. My apologies. So this is where we set the active player and all that business. So we can just say on ready, if we are the authority, then say global.playerCreated.emit. So that'll give us a way to know when the player is actually in the game, which is a good step here. So now we can go back to here, and then we're just going to say await global.playerCreated. So now what's going to happen here is this verify player is now kind of checked for. It's going to say, you know, wait until the player is created here, and then once they are, that's when we finally do the final step of everything here. So that'll work. But we still need to figure out the request tile data stuff. That's still going to be complicated. I'm probably going to need to make another signal for when all of the tile data is sent back, right? So how it works with the terrain generation stuff. So what happens here is we're syncing this data down here. It's a synced world info here, I think. And if we go to that, that's going to be our generation info. So what happens is we check and process, and as soon as that information exists, then we start the generation, right? So it's down in here if we're in game, all this business. And then we just check right here. As long as it's not empty, that means we have the seed and all the stuff. And then we say generate. So there is a way that we can get around having to have these here before. I mean, I would love to just do it with that, though. I don't know. It's so complicated. I might have to, yeah, I'm gonna have to, like, know when this is done, so. We'll just send back a number with each RPC, like the current iteration of it, and when we finally hit the final count, then we're good. I'm gonna go see it. Well, thanks for coming in, Legendary Skate. I appreciate it. So let's just make another variable up here. That's how we're gonna have to do it. Just say var modified tiles ready. By default, that's gonna be false. So now we go to dot generate. So this is where we're just gonna say, if we haven't loaded the tiles, if that's not empty, and we're gonna say multiplayer.isServer. So either we're the server and we go ahead and just do it, or we have to say modified tiles are ready. Because if we're not the server, then that means that that has to be true. So now what we can go ahead and do is say back in here to initialize game. Which is right here. So it's not going to load the world now until we actually get all of our tile data sent back to us. So when we send this back, it's going to do this stuff and send a bunch of these set modified tiles back. And this is where we can specify the number that we should eventually receive and stuff. So I'm probably going to do this, which is send a different one. So I'm going to say function send initial tile. And then we're going to pass in all the data here. So we're just going to say call data. And then count. So thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So count's going to be like our how many we should be expecting. Then every time that this function is called, so we're going to say RPC call local. I guess we won't really ever call it local. Just say RPC. And we have to keep track of our count. So I'm just going to make a thing called var tile count is 0. And that should get reset every time. And every time this gets sent in here, we're going to say tile count plus equals 1. And then we're also going to say call set modified tile. And this is going to have all our cell data, or call data. So call data dot region ID, call data dot tile position. Just like that. And now we're going to say if tile count is greater than or equal to our count, then we know that we're done, right? Because we've hit all of the different tiles that we need to sync over. So let's try that. Now let's also go ahead and pass in all this stuff here on send initial tile data. So back in initialize game, we have request tile data. So we're gonna not send back set modified tile anymore. We're gonna say send initial tile. And then all we're gonna say is var data is gonna be a dictionary of all that stuff. So we're gonna send data and the number of tiles that we should be getting. So right here, region is modified.tiles.get Viridian. Which kind of doesn't make sense, because that should also now sync the other tiles too, so we're probably going to have to do that. So we're going to say send initial tile.rpc ID. Oops. Our remote sender ID. Our data. So region ID is that. Now we have our tile position is, so yo, thank you for the spin, is that. Whoa, thank you for the hydrate. I got a sip of this left. Two sips, actually. And then is land will be is land. And then last up, set cells will be false. So now we get rid of that. Now it's going to send it back with that. And now we can say our count should be modified tiles or region. Region dot size. Which actually that's going to be a key, so we can say dot keys dot size. Yeah, that should work. So let's go back to this. I need to fix some of the things in here. That should be capital. So should that. So should that. All right. I don't know if this is going to work, but I sure hope it does. Let's go ahead and push this change. I think it's bug fix 13. We got the player created signal. And now we've got that signal player created. Let's try it out. So my hope is that we get all the tile data, and then as soon as all the tile data is ready, we say modified tiles is ready. Then that starts the world generation. And since we have all the tiles there already, it'll be fine. Yeah. And I'm hoping that this verify player thing will also be okay. It'll send that call, but then it's going to wait for that player to be created. and then run on fully loaded and all the stuff. So let's see what happens. This might not work at all, but we'll see. All right, we are up to date over here. Reload. And let's see. No idea if this is gonna work. Sure hope it does. Because I am tired of it. Get rid of that. All right. Multiplayer Steam, host a game. We have modified tiles, so let's try it out with that. Then over here, we're gonna join. And let's see what gets printed out and stuff. Well, the player is here. Are our modified tiles here? They are. So we're closer. It did send out over all the modified tile data properly. It's funny, the skateboard. I am the evil ghost skateboard player. But for some reason the player is still invisible. So that's kind of the thing that we have to figure out here. Don't know why that's the case. So normally what happens with the player is that they start invisible until they're actually ready to like spawn in. So what we have set up is down here, if his authority, we say visible. That's true, that's our canvas. Camera enabled. And then global.fullyloaded.connect start first pod. So I think the issue is that it's because we're calling this the player created signal before we actually like emit, or before we check for that. So we have to call this down here, right here, is authority. We call this as the very last thing for player created. And so that'll probably fix the issue, is my guess. Let's just try it out really quick over here, see if that does it. I'm really hoping that this also fixes the invisible player issue, because that's something that's been ongoing for a while. And it's always very frustrating. So if I put that down there, we can resave that. Now I'll go ahead and try relaunching. So let's see what this does now. If I go ahead and connect. Oops, wrong computer. Let's see. So it's gonna wait for all the things to happen. And now nothing happens. I don't know why. Where does is authority get set? Is it up on the top? Doesn't even show it anywhere. Well, that might be one of the issues here. So we need to set that here, right? We say set multiplayer authority, and then if is multiplayer authority, we say is authority is true. Oh, it's true by default? Oh, that's inside of the entity. So what does it say down in here then? Ready, we say is authority is multiplayer authority. See, it takes too long to happen, I think, here. Well, let's see. No, because it does that before anything gets called here on the player. All right, it says super.ready. So that should set multiplayer authority. Just say if is authority there. So it should be calling start first pod. But it doesn't seem to. I'm gonna print in here. Just make sure that's working. Now restart that. Let's try this again. It's like it didn't create the player again or something, you know? Because I'm looking in there and it just doesn't do anything now. So what did I even change? Right? The only thing I did is that I moved player created down there. I need to figure out what's what is game, right? Like what's happening in here. Is it that tile data wasn't properly sent over? Is it that, you know, this stuff wasn't sent over? I have no idea. Just gonna print out some things. So this is gonna say create player. And this is gonna say fully load. Let's try that. I'm so tired of working on this. Awesome. So, doesn't print either of them. Why? So is it just trying to request the data here? And then it just doesn't ever work? Is that what's happening? Let's print that also. Okay, so it says generate world, and then we await world generated, but then it doesn't work. It doesn't do anything. Awesome. Let's also print on this initial send tile thing here. I'm just gonna print tile count and then count. Let's see if that sends anything. So it calls generate world. And then nothing. It doesn't even call send initial tile. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do again. I can try restarting the server on this computer just to make sure. Maybe it's like a weird connection thing where once you connect once, you can't connect again or something. I don't know. I'm at the end of my rope. I'm so ready to like just scrap the whole Steam stuff and make a new version. And then we can use that other Steam multiplayer peer. The one by Espresso Bits. Sure, we don't get lobby stuff, but I kind of don't care anymore. I'm fed up. It's just getting to the point where it's ridiculous, you know? It's just stupid. Let's try this again. It just gets stuck on the generate world step. So why? Why is that? We're not the server, so we say request tile data. And then in request tile data, we're going to loop through here and do all this stuff. We're going to be sending RPC back to this person. Is it something that went wrong on the server? I'm just so tired, guys. Let's go ahead and print some stuff in here just to see if it's getting called at all. I bet it's not. I bet it's not getting called. And that's probably why nothing works. Wow, it's not getting called. That's so cool. I'm so fed up, guys. It's just broken. I can't make it work if it's not even gonna send an RPC, you know? It's ridiculous. So we have to come up with a different way to do all of this multiplayer stuff. Because if I can't send an RPC to tell the server that we're here on the server, then that's it. That's the end. I have to figure out a different way to do it. I think we're going to have to swap over to the other pier. As much as I hate to do it. I really don't want to. But I just don't know what to do anymore. I mean, I don't know. It's gotta be it's the only thing that I can think of to do at this point. I've tried printing everything for hours today already. Not to mention the days before today. It's just stupid. I'm getting tired of it. So we're gonna try and use this Steam multiplayer pier instead. I tried this a long time ago, but we're gonna try again because I don't know what else to do. So what are all these different things? Branch map? I don't know. Okay. Is this version 0.23 over here? This is version 0.24 over on there, actually. This was updated pretty recently. So yeah, let's install this because I'm done, guys. I can't take it anymore. It's so frustrating. I've been at this for so long. Let's get it installed. Alright, it's been installed successfully. Let's go enable it and restart the engine. Now, before we fully break everything, I'm gonna say, final multiplayer peer thing. Just so that we can go back in case everything is broken. So we're gonna go to plugins. It doesn't show any plugins installed, which is odd. Well, let's close out of this now, and we're gonna reopen this in the regular Steam peer, not Steam peer, just Godot Steam, without the multiplayer peer, because I guess that's what we're gonna do now. So we can just go to repositories, go find regular old Godot Steam here, because this part works fine. It's just this multiplayer peer thing is destroying me. So here's the newest one. Just download all the stuff for this one. We need the Linux one. We can just download the templates. Okay. So we have this folder for all our stuff. I guess I'll put it all in here. Just gonna make a folder and call this stuff old. Alright. Drag all this in. Get our templates. So we've got, yes, continue. I need permission to perform this action, whatever. So we have Windows 64, debug Windows 64, and then we just need Linux, template, and debug. And that should be it. So we're going to open up this now. I'm going to use Starground, and we're going to try this out. Probably gonna throw a billion errors. Yeah. But it's fine. Global was unable to be parsed. I wonder why. Probably just a difference of like naming stuff. The names of functions and all that. So a whole bunch of things failed. Yeah, I cannot find member lobby type friends only. That's the issue. Because there's no more lobbies anymore. And also a mini map, which is interesting. I wonder what in here is invalid. I don't really see anything bad. Oh, it's probably just because it references global. And so it wasn't able to load anything. So what in here is bad? Let's find that. Steam run callbacks. I'm not really seeing anything. I don't know why this would fail to parse. I have no idea. I mean, this is the only spot where we have this. So just get rid of that. Now we should be fine everywhere. Hopefully. Okay, so we can still create a new Steam multiplayer peer and all that stuff. But now, it's been greatly simplified. So the only things that we do with this is going to be create client and create host. That should be it. So this is our hosting. So we're just going to say here, instead of create lobby, create host. And we need a virtual port. Not sure what that needs. A local virtual port. Probably just leave that empty. The only thing that sucks is it means we can't set like a lobby type, right? So that's really too bad. But right now, I don't care. I just want the game to be playable, so. So get rid of that. And that'll probably return an error, yeah. Okay. And hopefully that stuff all still kind of works the same. There is no more lobby created signals and stuff, so we can't do that anymore. But we can go see what on lobby created did. It just basically did all this stuff and then ran initialize game. So we can just go back to start host and not do that stuff anymore. We just say down here, create host. I don't know if there's any kind of signal that gets called here telling us that the lobby is ready. But maybe this one is what I need. I don't know. No delay. I don't know what those are all about. There's not really a whole lot of descriptions here. So that's... Alright. So then that's the start host function. That's basically done. Now over on start connect is the other part. Instead of connect lobby, we're gonna say create client. Now, I don't know what identity remote is. And I'm probably not going to find any documentation on that either. But there are some YouTube videos that I saw these, and this will probably help us figure out how to do this right. So we just do create server. Okay, so, well, that's the regular port. But we won't really have a port on this one. So Steam multiplayer appear. Create host. 0 and options array. So let's make sure we're doing it the right way. Ugh. So where's create host? Create host 0 empty array. I cannot call that many things with it though, so I guess we're just gonna not. Now down in Let's see, create client. So ID. That should just be the lobby owner. So, okay, this is where we do it in. We're going to get a lobby ID passed in here, so then we just put that in there like that. Easy. And is that basically it? Now the nice thing about this is that we don't use any of this garbage for, like, the connection stuff. We don't need the Steam node in here anymore. I mean, we will need some of these functions, but we're not really going to use lobby joined anymore. I think, oh, let's see, lobby joined. We might still do that. Lobby invite. Join requested. I guess we'll do lobby joined. So lobby join is going to do basically the same stuff we did before, which is just getting the lobby owner. And then, but instead of saying this here, we're just going to say get parent dot initialize game. Or I guess this wouldn't do initialize game. This would do a start connect with our ID. I think. Well, no, that's our, we just need the lobby, like, ID right there. Okay. Okay. Oh, join requested might be actually what we need. So this is probably after it's done. So then here we say, yeah, initialize game. So yeah, let's really simplify a lot of this code in here. So I'm not going to set that anymore because it's just going to be whenever we join. We'll still have server disconnected down there. So that should all be good. And start host, I think, is basically almost the same. There's not really much else to change in here. I was just going to try and do a create host. But then it either works or it doesn't. Alright. And I might change this to use a lobby created signal before we run initialize game and stuff, but I kind of just want to see what this does first. So it seems like our plugin is already working, I believe. Because we're able to access the Steam multiplayer up here. So I think we're good to go. All right. So if we run Steam host save game, I just want to make sure it actually loads. Nope, that's not happy. Invalid function in Steam multiplayer appear. Cannot convert argument 1 from object to int. I presume that needs to be 0 then. I think there's also some mentions of this in the Godot Steam Discord. So if we can't figure this out, we'll take a look there. Because I remember seeing some stuff about that, of like the proper things to call for it. So what is it? Create host. Let's see what that is. So how do they run it? They just run it with 0. I presume that's also what we need to do here. Okay, Steam, host our game. Well, it loaded. I don't see any errors. So I guess that worked. Let me only run one instance here. Okay. I might also need to do all this, like, set lobby joinable and stuff. Because I think it still does technically use a lobby. It's weird. It's on lobby created. I guess there's still a way to do it with lobbies. Okay, well, I guess we go ahead and just push these changes and try it out, see what happens. So let's do it. Push Steam add-on 1. So I imagine we're gonna need to push a lot of these. Okay, that is pushed. Let's go into here. Pull the origin. Just discard all the changes, please. Okay, so this is up to date now. It's also unfortunate because now I'm running this on the wrong build of the engine, so I'm gonna have to go replace it now. It's one thing that'll be kind of unfortunate for everybody is that we now have to stop using multiplayer up here if this does work, assuming. But it's fine. It's a small sacrifice. Because I want the multiplayer to work. I really want the Steam stuff to work just as well as the regular multiplayer, because if it did, it would be pretty awesome. But it's proving to be difficult. Oh, Windows. God dang it, I moved the whole thing. Alright, Godot editor windows should be up to date here. Starground. I just really hope that this plugin actually gets updated to the new versions of Godot. That's my worry right now, I guess. So we'll see. Okay. I hope it's actually joinable. We'll see. If it doesn't work, we might have to make a lobby first before we do the host and stuff. We create that stuff. So we'll see. Multiplayer, Steam, host the game. Now over here, we're gonna try and join again. No idea if it's gonna work. I cannot join. So that's not gonna work then. I think we have to actually do the creation of the lobby and stuff for this to work. Which is too bad. So we're going to change this whole process up. So on start host, this is all going to change now. So down here where we're creating our Steam lobby and stuff, now we're going to say steam.create a lobby. And this is where we can also do like steam.lobby type and stuff. Let's just say friends only right now, but we'll make it so that ties into our normal system. Max members will be 32 or whatever. So that's going to attempt to create a lobby. Now we need a signal that attaches to that. So steam.lobby created. And that'll happen down in here. So lobby created dot connect lobby created. Now what is lobby created? What signals is that? Connect and lobby ID. So this is where we'll actually do the creation of our peer and all that stuff. Instead of in here. So this is where we'll just hide all that stuff. Now in Steam, lobby created, we're going to do all the stuff in here. So we're going to say if connect is equal to 1. That's basically whether it was a success or error or not. Otherwise, down here, we say, you know. Just do this and say, failed to create the error code, that. And say get parent.exit game. I have a reference to our, I guess I could say global.main. So error is going to be our main peer.create host. And if it fails, we exit game. Now we say get parent.initialize game. Now this is also where we need to say like set lobby joinable and all that stuff. So steam.set lobby joinable. And we have the lobby ID here, so true. And then we can set the name and all that stuff. So set lobby data. This is going to be lobby ID, name. And I did this before, where I say like just call it lobby for now. And same with the, I don't know if game really matters. I don't think that matters. Then that's going to run the host stuff. It's going to create the peer. It's going to do all that business. So at any moment, what we're going to do in here in exit game. Hey, Ryan R., thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? Let me see what lobby functions we have in here. Yeah, welcome in, everybody. What were you up to today on your stream? How's it going? We are currently doing some lobby stuff right now, Starground. Or not just lobby, but just Steam stuff in general. We used to use... let's see, delete lobby data? No, that's just that. We used to use the multiplayer peer for all of our Steam stuff, but I'm running into just an enormous number of issues with it, so I'm trying to approach it from a different angle. So we're gonna see how that goes. Beta Dungeons, welcome in. It's doing some digital art, making a new capsule. Oh, nice, that's awesome, yeah. Post a Steam link? Yeah, do it up. You're totally welcome to. Yeah, anybody that ever raids in is more than welcome to show what they're working on. Ooh, nice. Is this the new art that you're just working on? Did you get it up already, or is it? Yeah, this is looking really solid. Not yet? Okay, yeah. It's the old piece, yeah, okay. Yeah, this is looking good so far. Tower defense, it'll be cool. It's cool, like, the concept, because it's like... Yeah, with the whole cards and stuff, I do like that idea. I think it'll be really cool to try out. I'm definitely on the lookout for this one, so... You have any, like, dates planned or anything for release and stuff, or... It's more and more deck builder, yeah. No, that's cool, though. I think that, like, really helps, like, kind of separate yourself a little bit more from all the other tower defense games. I think it's definitely a lot more interesting that way. Yeah, that's awesome. Thanks for sharing the link. Demo coming in the next month, doing October next fest, and then full release next February. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, sounds great. I'll be on the lookout. Yeah, I'm just trying to get some Starground stuff fixed here. Yeah, it's going. It's just the most frustrating time ever right now. We kept having this issue where for some reason it just wouldn't send data. Like, it's just like the multiplayer was broken in our multiplayer peer. And it's just so frustrating because I'm trying to change all these things, and it's just, at the end of the day, it's just nothing's gonna work because it doesn't even send RPCs over. So I tore it all out, and we're trying the there's like two different multiplayer peers. There's one that's a plugin, and then there's also one that's like a part of the like actual Godot Steam one. So I'm trying out the other Steam multiplayer peer. I'm just getting like this stuff set up, the hosting. So whenever somebody hosts a game, it's going to run this function, which is lobby created. It's going to set the peer. It's going to initialize the game. So going to give that a try. I really hope it works because I am so fed up, you know, just trying to get this to work. It's been so annoying. So yeah, now here we just have create lobby. And it's gonna do this signal, but that actually won't work because it's going to appear. Actually, no, that's fine. It's not on the multiplayer peer, so we'll try that. Still have to implement the Steam API for release tracking. Yeah, I mean, the Steam stuff's honestly really easy if you're just doing achievements and leaderboard stuff. It's nothing. But multiplayer, yeah, it's pretty scary. It's kind of awful to get working. So, I completely agree with you. Yeah, it's a nightmare. It's not even really the multiplayer. It's specifically the Steam stuff. Like, the multiplayer using the eNet peer, just the regular old multiplayer, works great. There's no issues with it. Everybody can connect just fine, you know? But it's just, for some reason right now, when you try and link it up to the Steam stuff, that's when everything breaks apart and dies. Oh, it's rough. It's really frustrating. Especially when it hasn't been broken in the past. It just feels like it's been constantly getting a little more broken every couple weeks, and I'm just like, it's just frustrating. It's so annoying. All right, well, let's try this out. So if I host a game, hopefully it'll do stuff. Yeah, so it did that. It's generating all the worlds and stuff. So it created a lobby. Let's see if I can see that lobby from here. So if I go to friends, I should be able to say join. Yes. So let's just see what happens if I try joining, honestly. If I can click it in time. Okay, so joining doesn't do anything, apparently. That's too bad. I wonder why that is. Hang in there. I'm trying. It's... I'm really hoping to get this fixed soon. I think it's because I have this uncommented, the join requested. Yeah. But I fixed it over here, I think. Nope, I uncommented it. So yeah, join requested is whenever somebody tries to join a lobby. So it's going to say start connect to lobby ID. And then lobby invite is whenever... That's when somebody invites you to their lobby. So I could hook this up to like add a little pop-up message on the screen or something when somebody tries to invite you. But not yet. That's like quality of life, extra nice to have. I just want to get things working. So. How's and welcome in. How's it going? And also Mookie Polar, welcome in. Well, good sir, I'm going to take a walk, stretch my legs. Thanks for being a gracious host. Yeah. Thank you for the raid. I do really appreciate it. And wish you the best of luck with your game. It's looking really good. So, yeah. Have a good rest of your day. Get some food, rest, whatever you got to do. Okay. So let's push these changes. This is new Steam 2 or whatever. I don't even care what these commits are called anymore. I've done like 500 of them. So let's pull our changes. Pull the origin. And let's see what happens if I launch this and try to join. So join game. And it crashes instantly. So what happened here? Also, hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So it did call join requested, and it called that with lobby ID on start connect. But then down here on create client, invalid type in function create client. So it's supposed to have an object. What? Kind of doesn't make any sense. Also, we got ads starting in just a moment. My apologies, guys. Why? Why doesn't it work? Is it because we haven't said join lobby? Maybe. Create client. Lobby owner ID. So that's what gets called in Connect socket. Lobby joined. And lobby owner ID is that. So should that actually just be the lobby owner ID and not the... I don't know. Odd. Well, let's look for that. Create client. I think I've got all the create host stuff figured out. Now it's just the client. Motivated a friend to play with me. It's quite cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I still the patch you've done in multiplayer. I accept some remaining minor inconveniences. It works well. That's great to hear. Yeah, I'm currently doing a whole, like, complete rebuild of the Steam multiplayer networking stuff. Because it's just... It's being very finicky. Probably can't hear me because you're in an ad. But yeah. Let's see. So this is what this person's doing. They do create client int Steam ID. So I guess you're not passing in the lobby ID for that. And then just 0, whatever that's for. So we go back over to create client. Right here. So not lobby ID and also ads are over, guys. Sorry about that. Jeez, you got some Steam gotchas, yeah. The Steam integration before, what I used is the Steam multiplayer pure build of Godot Steam. Like, it's the one made by Gramps or whatever. But I'm having a ton of issues with it. So what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to use the plugin one instead. I'm just going to keep messing with that and hope to God that I can figure out how to get this working. It's using like a different connection type. So instead of just through the lobbies, it uses the like Steam sockets. So I'm really hopeful that it's going to fix my Steam issues. Because if it doesn't, I really don't know what else to do other than to rebuild the game, which is not ideal. So it's not lobby ID on this. It seems odd that you wouldn't pass in the lobby ID. You'd be passing in the player. Doesn't that seem odd? Identity remote. Well, let's just try changing that to just include the 0 at the end. I just want to see what that does, right? Yeah, let's restart everything in here. I think the lobby's still open, yeah. So let's do connect over here. Didn't crash instantly. But obviously it didn't work. So I think it probably does have to use Steam ID, which is weird. But whatever. Yeah, sometimes it's easier just to learn the bare chord, hook up and do it yourself. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, it's not doing anything now. So I think it's... Let's go figure all this out. Also, I think we need to have a... Do we need to say join lobby on this? We might have to. Where we say peer.join lobby. Or we'd actually just say steam.join lobby, like that. And then we join with the lobby ID. That's probably what we need to do in Start Connect here instead of all this. So instead of this stuff, let's do kind of what we did before. We say steam.join lobby. And we do pass in a lobby ID, I guess. So save that. Now back into Steam. Now we say on the lobby joined thing here, right? And this is where we do it all. Okay. Kind of like how we did it up here, right? So, because a multiplayer peer is our global main peer, whatever. And then right on here, this is where we're gonna say get parent.initialize game. Also, if not server. I really don't want this to happen at all if we're not the server. I think. Okay. Even with using a plugin, if you find yourself guessing too much, take a peek into the source code for the plugin and walk through the code flow. Yeah. It's definitely true. It can be pretty helpful sometimes. Okay, so there's no lobby ID here. So I think what we need to do instead is on... Well, that's on lobby joined. Or yeah, because we do lobby joined over there. So we need to figure out what is the proper thing to pass in here. It looks like it's the Steam ID. Joined. Just trying to find a good example of this, like... So where does connect socket gets called from? This is on lobby joined. Okay, get lobby owner. That's what we need to do. Oh, so this is what ID is here. Okay. That's pretty easy. So we just pass that in. We say var error is that. If it's not 0, then we say get parent.exit game and return. So hopefully what this is going to do is backslash and backseating. No, don't worry about it, man. So when we hit start connect, we're going to pass in, we have a lobby ID passed in. Because that gets called from over here on Steam with on join requested right here, I think. And so it's gonna pass in a lobby ID and then also the Steam ID. So then that's gonna call in here. That's gonna say steam.join lobby. Then back in here we have on lobby joined. If we're the server, go ahead and stop and get away. If our response is valid, otherwise we print all our stuff over here. So get lobby owner, that's our ID. As long as it's not us, then we set it to, we create a new peer, try and attempt to create a client. And then if all of it's fine, we say initialize game. So we're gonna try it. I don't know if it's gonna work, but let's see. Push the origin. I'm gonna restart the game. Now over here, we're gonna pull it again. Fetch the origin. Pull the origin, stash our changes. Okay. And reload from disk. And let's just see what frickin' happens here, guys. Ugh. No idea if this is gonna work, but I hope. I didn't like use the plugin like this before when I first started experimenting with this, so I'm hoping that this will be fine. But we'll see. So we're gonna go ahead and host a game. It should, I hope. I definitely most hope. Work. And then we're gonna join. If my friends thing would be visible. Friends list is gone, I guess? What? Okay, let's close the friends list. Oh. I'm just blind. I hear things. Did it get stopped on world generating again or something, or what? Weird. I mean, it joined. At least that's a good sign. But now it just says loading info, so it loaded a null world. But on our starting initialization, it seems like it didn't do anything. So why is that? Okay, it probably did do stuff, but I'm just not printing out what it did, so... Swear to God if it's like the same issue as it was before. Okay, let's go to, this game, whatever it is. Initialize game. So what's the high-level setup for all this? Users playing on Steam, plugin gets their Steam ID, plugin has a call to host a server with their ID using some Steam app or key associated with your game, then your game can access that from the Steam API. Yeah, so... Yeah, user has Steam open in the background. The game knows when Steam is open using Godot Steam. And that kind of allows all of our Steam networking stuff. So... I use like a lot of the core Steam stuff, so it's basically just interfacing with the Steam API calls. So there's a signal for when, you know, I attempt to create a lobby, for example, and then I run join lobby or create lobby through Godot Steam, and that's like a direct interface with the Steam API. It's telling Steam, I have just created a lobby. And then that's where the multiplayer peer will start to step in and say, okay, go ahead and now with that lobby, create a server for the lobby or like an eNet thing, right? Because the whole goal of this is so that I can use like the eNet stuff and use RPCs and multiplayer synchronizers, right? But then also use Steam so that people can play together. And then yeah, after that happens, the server's just open. Then on the connection side, it's kind of the same process where it basically receives a signal from Steam whenever you try to join a game, join a lobby. And then it runs join lobby, it marks that in Steam as this person is now in this lobby in this game. Then Steam multiplayer peer says, okay, go ahead and I'm going to create a networking peer that can now connect to the peer associated with that lobby. And then it basically just does all the communication through Steam sockets, which is almost the exact same as eNet, but a little different because it's going through Steam instead. Yeah, I mean, it's a whole bunch of things going on. I don't have a super great understanding of all the behind-the-scene things about how Steam does like the initialization of the lobby and networking stuff, but at least I understand it from the like the high level side of it, right? Okay, so yeah, why is this not doing anything? I'm just gonna print a thing here just so I know if it's doing anything. Just to make sure it's running initialized game, which I'm pretty sure it is, but if all it is that it's not running initialized game, easy to fix. Although I have a feeling that that's not the problem. I'm really hoping that I didn't do all this for nothing, but we'll see. So it printed that. Obviously it is connected. Now it did say here, Steam lobby joined. No multiplayer peer is assigned. Okay, duh. It's because I just haven't set the peer down here. Okay. And then it said, initialize game, trying to call an RPC via a multiplayer peer which is not connected. So I think all I might need to do in here is just say as soon as we have connected to the server, so we say multiplayer dot connected to server dot connect, you know, function, whatever. So maybe that's the issue here, is I just actually have to wait until we've connected, right? So let's make sure in here, let's just try this out. Let's just see what happens, see if that works. So, join on the friends list, join. Oh, it worked. So I think this is gonna be the move, the play forward, is using this this plugin instead. Because it's working. So yeah, this is the great thing about this, is now I don't have to like call the lobby signals to know when the multiplayer peer is ready. I can just use the regular multiplayer functions. So whenever we're connected to the server, then we know that we're connected to the server. You know, it's pretty straightforward. We weren't really able to do that before, and I think that's where a lot of the issues kind of started to arise. But this is looking good. The players spawned in. There's no issues. I can do things and modify inventories. And honestly, the delay is actually pretty good. I feel like it's better than it was before. It's hard to say if that's actually true or not. Also, there is delay of me just doing this through a remote desktop because this is not my computer, like this computer. This is my Minecraft server over there is running this, so I can use a different Steam account. But hey, not a bad start, I would say. There's still a lot more work that needs to be done, just refining all the functions and eliminating weird, stupid things that we used to do, but this seems to be the best of both worlds. So yeah. So, Arthritic1, thank you for the follow. Is there no way to attach a debugger to debug? There is. I mean, down here, I can, like, do breakpoints and all that, but it's just really tricky to do this with multiplayer, these, like, breakpoints, because everything's asynchronous, and it's not, like, just code that I can pause. It's, like, this ethereal thing that's not really anywhere in the code, if that makes any sense. So it's complicated, but looks like we might not need to. So then the plugin transforms the Godot RPC and synchronizer through the Steam API. Yeah, see, I'm not exactly sure. I mean, it says, like, when you look at this plugin, right? It uses Steam sockets. So I think that this plugin is actually doing the multiplayer networking itself. I think what it is that it's just like taking the network requests and stuff and sending from the Godot RPCs and synchronizers and just routing that through the Steam socket network. So I think that's what's happening. I don't think it's grabbing an IP or anything, because it's like with Steam, you can't even do that as like a security thing. There's no way to know the IP of the people connecting to you. I mean, if you had there's probably a way, but I don't think that it's that this plugin is doing that. So, does RPC set up socket connections with peers or network calls made via REST? I think it's with sockets. It uses eNet, which is not a thing exclusive to Godot. It's just like a networking layer. Let's not go there. But I believe that the way it works, yeah, it's through UDP. I'm pretty sure it's with sockets. But this is eNet. It's just an open source UDP networking library. So that's why they mention that in here. You know, low level like eNet. I think it's basically the same thing as eNet, because it's just sockets like eNet, but now through Steam sockets instead. So I like that when I was looking at peer-to-peer. This honestly might be the way. I mean, look, Steam peer is cool and all, the multiplayer peer, and maybe it works in some cases in here, but I had so much trouble with it. So far, I feel like this is already going better, even just with like 30 minutes of messing with it. So I don't know, it's hard to say. I'm still definitely using the just base Godot Steam for all the Steam stuff, right? Because you actually have to with this. That's the interesting thing. It kind of like integrates into each other. So, but yeah. Yeah, different protocols, but can run into firewalls and then falls back to TNet or something. Yeah. Man. I'm so burnt out. I just want to go take a nap, you know? But we got it working at least. That's cool. Hopefully everything is still working just fine on like the local, just the regular eNet multiplayer and stuff. I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't be, but can't say that for sure. Now the next test that we have to run is connecting multiple people. So we've got the server connected already. But here, I gotta make that change that I made in here over on here. So we did that in Steam right here. And instead of just immediately initializing, we have to say multiplayer dot connected to server dot connect function that. Okay, so let's go make sure and like start connect and stuff. It's not going to be connecting those signals already. So it'll still do this one, which is multiplayer server disconnected. That's fine. And then these are fine. But yeah, this is all fine with the multiplayer peer, and then connected to server right there. And then on start host, let's make sure that's normal. Yeah, that's all good too. Peer disconnected. So I'm excited to see how this is gonna behave with multiple people. The other issue we kept having with the multiplayer peer, the pre-built engine, is that whenever somebody would connect and there's 3 people connected, it dies. Everybody gets disconnected, so yeah. Oh yeah, there's the link for it, yeah. Yeah. The only downside, or I mean, it's the same with the other one too, though, is that there's no support for channels. Just because it's tricky to implement that with sockets. But honestly, I didn't even use channels anyways in Starground, so it's not really a huge issue. Channels is probably good if you have a much larger lobby of people. You know, we're talking like 100 people plus, where you really need that extra throughput, you know, so you don't clog up other channels and slow other parts of the game down. But we don't need that for Starground. It's okay. My experience, if the library you're using has problems early on and like gets worse later and eventually gets gutted, yeah. Might be something other Godoters, myself included, might find clean useful. Yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah, I need to mess with it more. I mean, I can't say for sure that this is going to solve every single one of my problems right now. You know, I don't know. But so far, things seem good. And it also did sync the edited terrain and stuff, right? Let's make sure on that. Now we can actually finally get around to solving, like, fixing real multiplayer issues instead of just issues with Steam. Yeah, so land tile editing is still totally good. I just want to make sure, like, most of the stuff is fine. Placing tiles. Yeah, we're good. I think everything's normal here. The audio, it's super delayed just because of remote desktop, but it's not actually this slow. Don't worry. Yeah, we can build stuff just fine. Cool. Kill the ducting. Well, I think everything seems to be working okay. There were some issues that were mentioned in that one review that we're going to take a look at. One of which being that Spore sometimes doesn't activate. Yeah. Let's go ahead and close everything. Also, what happens, yeah, if I close out the game? Is it going to disconnect here? Okay, so that's something we need to add is a, wait, I didn't close the game. That's why I didn't. So is this gonna eventually disconnect me? Because so far it hasn't. There it goes. Lost connection to the server. We're good. Okay, so everything seems to be in order. Let's save these changes, make another push, and then I'm gonna try with 3 people again. Steam or I don't know anymore what to call it. Push the origin. How many pushes have I done just today? I know I've done like 13 with the other one. Oh my god. Just so many. Okay. But it's kind of the only real way to test this, though. It's got to be on different machines, so that's fine. Oh, do I also need to fix that? The is multiplayer thing? I think I do. Shoot. Yeah, because it's going to crash otherwise. Now I got to do that. Alright. Pushing again. Steam, whoops. Okay. Okay. Let's try this. And then honestly after this, I think it's time to end the stream because we've been going for long enough. And I need a break to let my brain just... Oh. I need to get my brain out of the microwave oven right now. Get it on the laptop. 8 new commits. Origin. So we're gonna launch this one, launch that one. Wait for it to pull the objects on the laptop. My laptop is so slow now. It used to be fine when I first got it, like back in 2020, but it's just every year it's a little bit worse and worse. Let's scanning actions. Oh yeah, I also had to change the editor on the laptop. Forgot about that. Oh, Godot engine, stop. Okay. Hold on. I gotta go change. I gotta go download a regular Godot Steam, not the multiplayer up here now. I wish you guys could see what I'm doing on my laptop, but there's no way. Godot Steam. I've been kind of in and out. Did you listen? Not yet. I have been just in the pits of despair, but we're gonna listen to it right after I do this test. Because I know I promised. I have a simple match, host and join server and playing it open source shortly. Oh, nice. Hope I can set it up to be super easy for, yeah, in order to use. That'd be awesome. Yeah, one thing that's like severely missing, I always think with just multiplayer stuff is like examples, you know? And on just documentation, right? Okay, Godot Steam, let me get the... Because, I mean, this plugin works really well for me, but there is, like, no documentation. So, that's kind of a downside to this. At least Multiplayer Pure did have people talking about it, but, yeah, it also sucked and didn't work, so... Testing some Godot Steam multiplayer. It's just playing this stuff last night. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Godot plus Steam networking still pretty raw. Yeah, for sure. Just isn't enough people doing it, you know. I'm sure that'll change as time goes on, though. You know, more games get released and more people run into problems. It's just a matter of time. I really wish that Godot would make like a native support for Steam multiplayer, just integrated into their eNet system, because it seems like something so critical, honestly. Like core to everything. I mean, I know it's not just Godot, it's like the people, it's an open source project, so you know. But yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? The simpler and usable I make it, the better for me to reuse quickly myself. That's absolutely true, yeah. Yeah, I try to set up README with step-by-step screenshots. Nice. Yeah, that's always good to just have like a guide, you know, on just the basic stuff. I mean, it's not really a huge deal if like the weird quirky things are kind of undocumented, because you would expect it, you know, but just like the basic, like, how do you make it work? If there isn't any info on that, it can be kind of a challenge sometimes. All right, I got the new one going. Let's go ahead and host a game over here. I really hope that this works. So he's gonna join over there. Here he is. Haven't had any issues so far with the new system. Like, normally what would happen is that, like, we'd get that screen where we're stuck on the thumper or whatever. Let's try joining on the laptop. See if it works. making noises. It's looking good. Laptop is here. Also, Electric Fella, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. All right, so here's the big test. This is gonna like, this is the big one. Ready? If I exit as a client, will it kick everybody out of the game? Okay, it still kicks everybody out, so we got to figure out what's happening with that. But at least the connection stuff is better. I still don't know why it kicks everybody. It's really weird. But yeah. A lot of developers forget what steps aren't clear because it seems basic to them. Yeah, right. That's why I just like having a demo project to look at, because you can kind of fill in your own steps, if that makes sense, where it's like, you can just look at like, okay, I can't figure this part out. Let me just go see how they did it. So yeah, demo projects are really helpful. Okay. Well, at least the joining is stable and everybody can see each other. So we'll take that as a win. Obviously, we still got to figure out the multiple people disconnecting each other or whatever, like when multiple people or when one person quits. That's still kind of broken, but I really don't know what's causing that. It's the same issue that we had before we did all this. It's just if you have 3 people connected and one person leaves, then everybody else also gets kicked from the game. It's really weird. I also wanted to test this, which was the kicking function, because that wasn't working before, or like crash the game and stuff, so I want to see what happens here. So if we say kick player, let me just go look at player and watch him get kicked. It says player. Oh, I did lowercase p. Hold on. Kick player. So did that crash my game? It did. So we gotta figure that out. It's probably because it didn't like, I don't know. Still gotta figure out some stuff. Because what I should do is send this disconnect message right here. And then disconnect player back to here. And it does all this stuff. Multiplayer.disconnect peer. Might just be a bug with disconnect peer, because I've had this happen where it just like crashes the game. I don't know. And other people have mentioned that it's broken. So I might have to figure out an alternative solution to that. But yeah. Anyways, at least the RPCs are being sent. That's all I care about. It's probably a cause for a lot of issues in the game, honestly, if you think about it. Alright, let's listen to the new music. I'm just in shambles, my brain right now. Let's pause our old stupid music. Alright. Morning Dew. Let me know if these are loud enough. Oh, I already added Morning Dew. I think we talked about Morning Dew in a call or something. Yeah, I think we already did Morning Dew. Yeah, that one's epic. Updated Bygone Timber. I still need to... I can't remember if I put that in yet or not. I'll have to check on that. But we already know that one. That's the old Lost City. So, Mist of Memories. This one's epic. Almost gives me like a Backrooms vibe for some reason, but in a good way. Sorry to interrupt the music. I think this fits Opus. I definitely think so, yeah. It's got like a... How do I describe it? Like, it's big and scary, but also has like a beauty to it, if that makes sense. Kind of like Venus, where Venus is the god of beauty, but it's also a hellscape. yeah, right? So I think it totally fits that vibe. That's exactly the vibe that I think of when I think of Opus, where it's like this big, you know, it's like a gem, a green, like it's a pretty tranquil place, but then also at the same time it's scary because there's thunderstorms and lightning and stuff, you know? It's like, and it's also just enormous. It's a huge planet. It's like the scale of it is I don't know. It's like threateningly beautiful. I don't know how to describe it. But yeah, I think it totally fits. Then Lost City. Let's see, which one was Lost City for? Oh yeah, for Tyria. Yeah, it's trying to go for that. Yeah, like uncanny nostalgia. I think that's why it gave me a little bit of like the Backrooms vibes, right? Because that's kind of what, like, a lot of Backrooms stuff is very like nostalgia focus, if that makes sense, with like the old like playground rooms and stuff. I don't know, but yeah. Yeah, these are epic so far. I'm vibing. Also, sorry, I missed some questions here. It's getting started. Again, tried and gave up like a month ago. Yeah, when actually testing stuff, seeing if I can get arbitrary data between two clients. Okay. Do you need separate Steam accounts to test this kind of stuff? As far as I know, yes. I have 3 separate Steam accounts for testing now. I don't think you need more than 3 though, because usually if things work with 3 people, it'll work with any number of people. But there might be some way to do like I don't know, some kind of like local Steam thing. I'd look in the Steam documentation. They probably have some info on like testing things. But yeah. How many people can play together? So I have not set any limit on that because it's a lot of games set like a limit of 4 people and stuff. I'll get back to that in a second. But song is sounding epic. I like both of them. Yeah. Epic. I don't really have any criticisms. I think it's all epic stuff. Yeah, Mist of Memories is really sick. Lost City's cool. Like the instruments and stuff remind me of you know, like the water music and Mario and stuff. I forget what that instrument's called, but But no, that's sick. They're both really good. Thank you, Ace. I appreciate it. I'll get them added to the game. Yeah, anyways, back to the player count thing. So yeah, I've never set a player count because it's never really a problem. Nobody ever does a game with like 1 million people. It's kind of really difficult to have so many people in the game that it breaks. I don't know. Some people really argue hard for like player caps where it's like, this is a 4-player maximum game, but I don't see why it has to be, right? There's nothing in Starground that necessarily like warrants a player cap in my opinion. So I just keep it uncapped because it's like, what if you're a group of 5 or 6 people? Well, then you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to like, you know, people don't have to make the sacrifice and decide not to play. Everybody gets to play. So, where's the cap in Satisfactory then? I have no idea what the cap in Satisfactory is, if there even is one. There might not be. Let's look it up. Player cap. Yeah, up to, well, officially supported, but with no hard player limit. Well, what does that mean? It says see below. Okay, so, I mean, you can increase the player cap if you modify the config of the game, but that's not, I don't really count that then as like a just regular unlimited player cap. But yeah, Starground doesn't have any player cap. I mean, I might add in the option to set one if you want, you know, so that you can like mark as this lobby can only hold 3 people or whatever, just so you don't have random friends joining you and stuff. But I'm never going to like limit it though. I'm not going to tell people, no, you can only play with 4 people. And that's it. Because there's no reason to. It's not like I designed the game around 4 people. So why not? Why not just make it unlimited? Most of the time people mod that functionality in anyways, right? So I don't really see any reason not to. Or any reason to make a cap, you know? But yeah. I think player caps depend on the type of game. Yeah, I think it's different with like Starground is it being a sandbox. There's kind of no reason to have a cap because everyone can go off and do their own thing at the same time. It's like Minecraft, right? It would be weird if Minecraft had a player cap. But yeah, like a more catered experience where it's like you're literally doing something and it's not just this big open go and do whatever you want. I could see how a player cap maybe would be warranted, but even then I think I would rather just spend time balancing than worrying about player caps, you know what I mean? So yeah. Understandable, because I know for Core Keeper Vanilla it's 1 to 8 people. Yeah. Just wanted to know, just in case people show interest in the game and want to join up, yeah. I would appreciate it, yeah. Technically, Minecraft has a cap that is modified in... I mean, technically, yeah, through the server. Well, I mean, that's the thing with Minecraft. There is no, like, non-server multiplayer. You can't just connect to somebody's game through Steam or something. But yeah. I do love the concept that the chaotic part of the game is separated from the cozy part. Yeah. Yeah, I do. I always wanted to keep it like that because one thing I've never... I mean, I tolerate it with a lot of games, but when you're trying to solve puzzles and build up a base and then also at the same time have a constant threat of all of that being destroyed, it kind of... sometimes those two play styles clash a little bit. So that's why in Starground I wanted those to kind of be separate things. I definitely want to add more ways that they link to each other, but I never want one to be like bearing over the other, if that makes sense. Now, for the final automation planet, that's going to change a little bit because it's the final planet and it makes sense for there to be a challenge, but it's going to be more of a logistical challenge, right? It's going to be less, you have to maintain and defend your factory, but you just have to build your factory to maintain and defend itself. So Yeah. Maybe add a server password functionality. Yeah, I already have a server whitelisting for Starground, so you can just whitelist whoever joins. And yeah, it could also do like passwords. I mean, I don't know. Those are all nice to haves that we can add on later pretty easily. Like Satisfactory because you're never worried about things being destroyed, but it's always a mess. Yeah, no, definitely. And see, that's the thing. Like, I don't think an automation game needs like a constant threat, because really the threat is yourself. Is like designing your factory and trying to avoid spaghetti. You know, like it's there's no need to have that pressure and threat. Sometimes it just makes it stressful. Obviously, in a lot of games, it's important to have like a pressure that's encouraging you to do something. Like in a survival game, it's like the threat of dying from hunger is a reason to get food and grow things, right? But I wouldn't say that's necessarily a good mechanic to have in an automation like sandbox game, right? So yeah, I don't know. And some people, I mean, it also gets down to the whole thing of like everybody's got their own things that they like or hate, you know. Some people don't like how Starground doesn't have any threat in like the starting area and stuff. They think it can be boring, and you know, that's fine. To each their own, right? But sometimes you just got to commit to what kind of game your game is. You won't be able to cater to every single person ever, right? So there's not really much I can do about stuff like that. I mean, I can add in like a mode or something to like a combat mode where enemies spawn in and attack your factory, but it's really complicated to do that with how Starground's set up. The dungeons are all set up for it and stuff, but in the like main automation world, I'd have to constantly be updating physics shapes, so it'd be tricky. Yeah, that's gonna be my plan actually, is the final automation plan. It's gonna have enemies on it, right? And so that's the way that I kind of cater to those people that want that. Because also at that point you have all these other planets that are more passive and easier to deal with. It kind of feels justified to have a new threat on the final planet. So I think that'll be fine. But yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna probably end stream here now. But we finally got that. It's so stupid, man. That RPC kept failing to send. I don't know what caused that with the other multiplayer peer. It's just so frustrating. It was making me angry because it was like, it's not one of those things that you can just kind of figure out the problem. It's even if everything looks absolutely perfect, you've tried it 10 other ways, the same problem still happens. So it was just getting really annoying. I'm glad that I think we buckled down and swapped to the other system. It's just going to be more stable now, I think. Because it looks like it behaves the exact same way as the eNet multiplayer stuff, and that's good. All right. Well, thank you everybody for coming to the stream. Oh God, loud. Sorry about that. Thank you everybody for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. Feel free to grab Starground while it's on sale for the summer sale. Join the Discord if you want. This update will be out on the 14th, just the content. I might do another patch with all of our multiplayer fixes soon. Just to, you know, get that going. Oh, I'll keep doing experimental builds also, so, you know, keep a lookout for that. Yeah, we'll be live tomorrow around the same time, 3 p.m. MDT. Hopefully by then we'll be diving into more content stuff and not trying to fix all our multiplayer, so, yeah. We're going to go ahead and raid Hypnotic. He's been doing a subathon that is ending in 1 hour. So, I think it is. Unless it already ended? It said an hour on the little thing, but we'll see, we'll see. Oh yeah, ending in 1 hour and 36 minutes, so we'll raid over there. Make sure you get some rest. I'll try. Yeah. Thank you, gamers. I appreciate it. And I'll see all of you in the next stream. Alright, starting the raid up. And okay. Bye everybody. Bye-bye. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Bye.